Hello, very good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. Tuesday in Group A is always moving day, and what an enthralling first day's worth of action we've seen. The standard was delightful. We saw ton plus average after ton plus average, and this is the story of how it went. It was a day of delight at the Super Series on day one. Jimmy Van Schie came into this competition with a big reputation, but he only picked up one win on his opening day's play. As for the Muffin Man, he played some good stuff, but again, could only win 1 from 5. Work to do for him on day 2. As for Ollie Holtkamp, we saw some good performances from him. He picked up 2 victories on day 1. As far as Sebastian Białecki is concerned, he finished on a high, hit a big fist, averaged 104, lost his first 2 matches, won his last 3. He finds himself in the middle of the pack on 6 points. Very strong showing on debut for Ted Everts. He won 4 from 5, consistent throughout, nailing a 164 in the process against Steve Hine. But Scott Taylor really was the player to beat. He equalled the record average for the year. He won his first 4, lost his last one, but is top of the pile. Yeah, it really was an intriguing first day's play here at the Super Series, and watching it all in the company of Laura Turner in the commentary box was Matthew Edgar. He joins me on stage ahead of day 2. And look, we gave this week a bit of a build-up, and sometimes it doesn't always deliver, but yesterday it did.
What a day. I mean, the darts, the standard, the stories, the developments, the twists, the turns, everything that was in there. And when I was sort of crunching through the numbers today, we saw the stories develop yesterday. But today I thought, let's see what the numbers represent. Overall, this group averaged over 90. That is as a collective group over 15 games. Normally, if someone averages 90 as an individual, we'll say, oh, they're a contender to win this week. So it just goes to really highlight the quality that we have seen on Monday.
Well, let's have a look at the table and really dissect what we saw on day 1. Scott Taylor and Ted Everts, they both lead the way on 8 points respectively. Sebastian Białecki on 6. We'll talk about them 3 in just a second, but just want to quickly talk about the players at the bottom of the table. Ollie Holtkamp, Steve Hine and Jimmy Van Schie. 3 players that, look, they'll think if they can play to that sort of standard today, they should pick up more points than what they mustered yesterday.
It's one of those, isn't it, where it wasn't enough yesterday. Will it be enough today? Will the players at the top still play to that same level? Question marks everywhere around the table. But I think for the players that are down towards the bottom end of the table, the thing that they can do is they can look at their own performances and they can say, I played well. I played good darts. I'm going to get opportunities. And sometimes you've got to try and find the positives. Yesterday wasn't hard to find positives. Even if you left here bottom of the table, you left here following good performances and good sort of opportunities. So I don't think anyone really should be disappointed, and they shouldn't read too much into that table.
Let's talk about Scott Taylor. Had averages of 104, had an average of 107 yesterday. Look, last year here, he was superb, made it through to a Champions Week. He lost another final, and he's kicked on in 2024 in that similar vein.
If he carries on like this, he's going to have a fantastic year. This is the time of year to play well. Especially when you've gone to Q School and you've got the opportunity of the Challenge Tour. You play well at the start of the year. It sets you up for the whole year. We call it the golden ticket, which is when you're sort of top of that Challenge Tour order of merit or high up in there. So you get those Pro Tour invites. So you'll be getting invites into the Pro Tours, which gives you a chance then to pick up Pro Tour money towards places like Minehead or the Alexandra Palace for the Players' Championship Finals or the World Championships. So lots of opportunity early on. Plus you get to come here. Then you can do the WDF, the ADC. It leaves so many doors open, and if you're going to play darts like Scott Taylor did yesterday, that golden ticket is well and truly in sight.
Another person who wants to do that is Ted Everts. We'll talk about him now as we have a look at the outright betting as far as Group A is concerned. He's the second favourite at 15-8, but when you have a look at those odds and you look at the consistency of his, I know he had that struggle, didn't he, against Ollie Holtkamp in the middle of the day, but other than that, the numbers were absolutely superb. Mid-90s pretty much throughout.
And the CV of Ted Everts as well. That's the other thing. It's not someone who's just debuted here and we go, well, that was a good day. Can he do it again? We know he can. He's done it for years on that PDC Pro Tour. Just to hold a card is an achievement in itself, but to hold it as long as he has, and to be qualifying for things like the World Championship, which means he's up towards the top 32 of the order of merit once you take out the world's top 32. So he's in that top 64 for many, many years, and that is in a seeded system. So we know he's got that quality. And I'm kind of surprised we hadn't seen him maybe go joint favourite with Scott Taylor for today.
Well, let's have a look and see what you've been punting on at home. This is today's bet builder. This is an amalgamation of bets that you've placed on the exchanges, and we put it into a handy little acca for you. Pays just under 6-1 this morning. High checkout over 96.5 for the Białecki Everts game, 5-6. -1.5 handicap. So that's Scott Taylor in 4-2 or better at 5-6. And Steve Hine, match winner against Jimmy Van Scheer, even money. That's not the worst bet builder in the world, is it?
I normally stand here and argue with the bet builder, but today I kind of got to go with it. Steve Hine did get that 4-0 victory yesterday against Jimmy Van Scheer, and that was sort of coming. You could see it coming. He was playing well, he was doing good, he just wasn't getting the results. And he got it at the end of the day, so I'm not surprised to see the punters try taking a even money split there on trying to get that double up. But I think Ollie Holtkamp, I think there'll be a few people looking against him today. He did perform so much better than his seasonal stats. That is something we see quite a lot here at the Super Series, but can he do it 2 days in a row?
Be interested to see 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're having a punt on the Super Series today. Now, Sebastian Białecki is involved in our first game of the session. He takes on Ollie Holtkamp. Just quickly on him, is he the architectural potential for mover on moving day when you consider the latter half of his session yesterday?
Białecki was the favourite, and we just saw from the slide that he's now the third favourite to win the group. He was originally the favourite to win the week, and I think what we've seen is a couple of real class acts sort of excel past him. One of the things that we've not really seen too often from Białecki is that A-star game. We know how good he is consistently, but being able to put in, like he did yesterday, ending here with 104, that's just what's lacking a little bit in his game to move him into that next level. But he's certainly got the consistency to compete at the top. He just needs to see that end production a little bit more.
Well, it should be an intriguing day. Matt, we'll let you go and commentate on all the action alongside Laura Turner in the commentary box. We could be one step closer today to finding out the first identity of our field on Saturday night. And you can join us every single Saturday here at the salubrious surroundings of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Remember, Champions Week next Saturday night and double trouble after that. If you want to be a part of either of those occasions, or indeed any Saturday night here at the Super Series, take a look at this. Seconds out, day 2 here in Group A at the Super Series. It sees Ollie Holtkamp and Sebastian Białecki kickstart their battles. A game in the middle portion of the table. Holtkamp winning 2 games yesterday. Białecki winning his last 3 after losing his first 2. It's a battle of Poland and the Netherlands to kickstart our day. And in the commentary box for all the proceedings, alongside Matthew Edgar, it's a very good morning to Laura Turner.
Yeah, good morning, Henry. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I agree with quite a lot of what you were saying down there, Matt. I'm just really hopeful. The standard that we saw yesterday, as you mentioned, was absolutely outstanding. And for Sebastian Białecki, his best game of the day came in his last match against Ollie Holtkamp. I'm just hoping for more of the same because, as I say, it was an emphatic day yesterday.
Sessional average of 90.26. That's across all 15 games from all 5 players. The lowest average of the day, 84.32, which is normally enough to be quite competitive.
Game on.
That was by Ollie Holtkamp, who picked up 2 victories. Fixtures number 1 and number 3. Did start the day very well yesterday, Ollie, with a victory. And Sebastian Bielecki,
79.
a little bit slower. He lost his opening game 4-2. He then lost his second game 4-2. He's a player who's very experienced in this field and in this environment. But he's also a player that sort of reads into things
38.
quite a lot. And I wonder if he tells himself that story of the slow start and tries to fix that a little bit today. But ultimately, when
81.
you've got that thought and you're trying to solve that problem, it goes one of two ways.
Yeah, we often say it, don't we? Darts, it's just about as much the mind as it is about the actual ability and the skill.
48.
I think if you can get that, if you can get the mindset right and just really focus on actually playing, it brings the best out in a player. But if you knew how to bottle
100.
that, then I'd definitely want some.
Oh, if I knew how to bottle that, I'd be selling it and I'd be a very, very rich man. Quite a lot of people often say that darts is, 90% in the mind? I've heard a lot of people say 95%, I've even heard quoted.
30. 39.
We were talking about slow starts yesterday for Bielecki. This one's even slower. We could even say he hasn't even started yet. 9 darts in. He's barely broke the 400s. It's always
58.
hard trying to play darts at this time of day. These first fixtures, you often feel that people are just feeling it out, trying to sort of settle into the day. And that was more case in point than anybody with
58.
Bielecki yesterday, who the back end of the day was absolutely sublime.
$45. Oliver Carr, 144.
Lost quite a few
40.
darts to the floor yesterday, Ollie Holtkamp. He does have quite a aggressive upright angle, doesn't he, on the dart, which means he just needs to get that release point on point. If he just releases it a little bit late, might kick up. It's just going to be rejected by the board. It's almost like the dart's hitting the board
79.
side on.
Oliver Carr, 104.
Yeah, but chance if a nice early hold doesn't go. But as you say,
85.
not really the start that I think Sebastian at Bielecki was expecting. I know we weren't.
82.
Well, it took him 18 darts to get his first treble.
$59. Oliver Carr, 22.
He doesn't add to it. He's flexing the hand, trying to find some form of comfort up there.
6.
Yeah, and I think that
Sebastian Ricard,
switch there just goes back to
144.
the point you were just making, where they land upright, how they sit, just completely blocked the double 11. So opted to switch, but didn't quite go, but has got away with it.
120. Oliver Carr, 16.
A shake of the head despite the 2 positive darts.
Ace on the
but
first leg.
that
Ollie
was for
Holtkamp.
everything that followed it beforehand. 25 darter there for Ollie Holtkamp to hold on to his throat.
Second leg, Sebastian to
I
throw
don't think either
first.
of them look too
Game on.
happy with that opening leg. It's only the opening leg of the day. There are 5 matches to go. So plenty of time for the players to get into the groove here on Tuesday. Another day
45.
of action to come tomorrow with the same players where we get our conclusion of Group A. That looks a little bit loose, so rightfully switches away. But they're all going in at funny
85.
angles today. He did have an upright angle yesterday, but these are almost a bit nervy darts, a bit like riding the thumb a little bit out of the hand.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't settled in despite being 1-0 up, but that's more a
82.
testament to the level that Bielecki's brought so far in this match.
You'll know yourself, Laura, when we play, and sometimes if you win a scrappy leg, it actually
81.
impacts you worse when you win that scrappy leg, because you think, oh, I've got to up it now because I got away with one there and I'm not going to keep getting away with that. And even you pick a negative out of that positive situation.
137.
Yeah, and that last score in the last leg from Bielecki did put him on a double, so I was under it a little bit. Shouldn't really have let him get that close, but
100.
I guess it's easy for us to sit here to say take the positives, but as you say, as players, you tend to sometimes find that negative thought even when something good's happened.
Oh, I'm great at picking positives when I'm sat here. It's so easy.
93.
Even easier when you just sat at home watching it on the telly. It's great. I can pick out all the positives. As soon as you get up there,
100.
completely
Sebastian
different
Car,
game.
144.
I mean, they're well-thrown darts. He's just not got the reward there. He's probably going to have to come away.
44. Oliver Car,
We'll see.
135.
Holtkamp likely to start on the ball here. That could be awkward. Oh, he's going to have to move around. What a dart!
Game's
What a
on the second leg.
fantastic
Ollie
dart that is
Holtkamp.
from Ollie Holtkamp. That was a awkward dart. The way that's just gone underneath the bullseye
Third leg,
on the
Ollie did
25.
first.
I was
Game
kind of
on.
hoping he'd hit the treble 20 because I wanted to see how he'd get on with the ball. And you saw the angle of the dart hitting the bullseye. Virtually
44.
standing to attention. Mightily impressive dart there for Holtkamp. That could start his day.
Yeah, and I would say compared to that first leg, I think the darts are now starting to sit slightly better for him. Obviously,
100.
just takes that bit of time, as you say, this time of morning, but also coming back after having a relatively good day yesterday for both of them, really. You want to kind of try and recapture it. And again, you're thinking, how did I do it
100.
yesterday? How did that go? When it was going right, what was I doing? How was I feeling? Try and recapture it. Just play the darts.
Absolutely. All of those thoughts. And what you're doing there is you're trying to replicate it. And you're up there going, right,
94.
it's not going well. What did I do right yesterday? Maybe I held the dart a little bit different. Where did I stand? And yesterday when it was going right, you don't think about where you stand on the yoke. You just
59.
stand and approach the yoke. But then you go, like, right, do I stand on this light bulb? Maybe it's that light bulb. Or maybe I need to hold the... And you just tinker around with things that to the eye look exactly the same. But when you're the person there throwing the darts, it feels like you're doing something
97.
completely different.
Yeah, see, I completely agree, but I think everyone's just getting an insight into really how we overthink the game of darts.
We're all guilty of it. Everything I've
100.
just said, there's dart players out there right now going, I do that.
$58. $58.
That was a
Sebastian
visit
Car,
where Holtkamp, if he could have found a
152.
treble, would have really stamped some authority on this fixture. But Bielecki now, with the door slightly ajar, will just be looking for the one treble. Holtkamp will need two to get a shot at the double.
100. Oliver Car,
Bielecki does his job.
140.
There was no problems really with the doubling of Bielecki yesterday. 16 from 35. Just a fraction under the 50%
81.
mark.
Sebastian Car,
So
52.
that's 1 in 2. And he should be getting 2 here at the double.
$20.
Yeah,
Oliver
that was
Car,
unlucky. Just clipped the
59.
wrong side. But a chance here for a 3-0 lead. Tops required for Holtkamp.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
and
third
tops
leg.
goes, and
Ollie
that's
Holtkamp.
3-0 to Ollie Holtkamp. And we said it yesterday, he had that result against Ted Evans where he beat him 4-0, which
Fourth leg,
just kind of
Sebastian
came
to
out
throw
of the
first.
blue. So
Game on.
you know how he can play. He's kind of finding a way to win, but yesterday against Bielecki lost 4-1 and looking to really strike some early revenge.
I think that's going to be the theme of this group. They're all going to beat
134.
each other. I think everyone's there for the taking. But just going back to that double 16, I think he went the wrong way. You said like he's hit the barrel on the wrong side. The dart's kicked
58.
across and then he's moved right. If he'd have gone left, he'd have opened up the bed and gone over the dart. The dart wouldn't have been an issue. Instead, he's trying to sort of come underneath the dart that's already in the way. So he's got to underthrow the dart.
57.
And these are things that Bielecki, if he is a player that watches things back, will watch that back and think, yeah, I can see where I've made that wrong choice. And that's why the Super Series is so great,
58.
because crash course in darts, but lots of, and a good sample of games and situations to sort of look back on and learn from.
100.
We have seen games turn around before when someone's been
93.
leading 3 legs to 0. But it normally takes a couple of things to happen, a couple of mistakes on your opponent, and a couple of flashes of brilliance.
98. $119. Sebastian Ricard, 112.
A chance here for a leg on the board for Białecki. And that was something we saw a few times yesterday,
80.
especially in those opening matches. Not making sure of the single number.
And it was sort of in the little 5 as well. It was like he was undecisive whether to go for a 20 or a 12. And he was sort of nervous about busting
59.
the potential
Sebastian Ricard, 32.
112. Very indecisive dart, I feel, that one, Białecki.
$16. Oliver Ricard,
Well,
114.
Ollie Holtkamp will approach the hockey with an opportunity here to get this match wrapped up 4-0. Won't get a dart of the double on this occasion. But Białecki, 0 from 5, so Holtkamp just needs to leave this handy.
58. Sebastian Ricard, 16. Game shot on the 4th leg. Sebastian
It does
Białecki.
make sure, but for Białecki so far this match, 7 missed opportunities at the outer ring, does find it on that
5th leg
occasion.
already through first.
8 attempts.
Game on.
And there's that reaction there from Białecki, which we spoke about, where you sort of do something positive, but it feels
96.
negative because it's last dart in hand. What you could do with here is just opening with a treble 20 and just taking the pressure out of the shot instead of chasing throughout the visit. The worst thing to do is just get it last dart in hand because you feel like you're
140.
clutching all the time.
Well, I'd say second worst thing, because I reckon the worst thing would be to miss it with last dart in hand.
82.
Big one. Should go even worse, say third first thing, because the worst thing would be to have bounce out.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that one hurts, doesn't it?
68.
Holtkamp will have the advantage of throw
133.
twice in trying to wrap this game up, and he's making a good charge of it here. If you can be around that sort of 15 dart mark with a throw, you're forcing your opponent into a 12, which is where Białecki
180.
is setting himself up for as well. Textbook leg of darts here.
$60. Sebastian Ricard, 113.
Yep, pulls it into the 5, so can only hope to set something up. Hope that Holtkamp misses
43.
the 130 for the
Oliver
match.
Ricard, 130.
He's already took one shot out on the ball, that the 135. Won't get an opportunity at the ball, he's looking in hope.
40.
And again,
Sebastian Ricard,
loses
70.
a dart to the floor.
Game shot on the
And
5th
that was
leg.
better
Sebastian
from Białecki. I almost feel like he's one of those players that almost needs a couple of legs on the board, needs to kind
6
of
legs,
gather
Sebastian
that
to throw
confidence
first.
early
Game
on.
on.
Lost those opening couple, really did just about get over the line against Steve Hine, but after that win, just pushed on for the rest of the day. I don't know, maybe I'm just making a narrative.
80.
Yeah, it just probably maybe just gets a bit nervous at the start. Doesn't settle in? He will know what
124.
the issue is, and maybe he just doesn't practice as hard for game number 1. I know certainly when you go out onto some of these, like the WF tours, when they've got really high numbers, and
134.
you sort of end up using the opening rounds as sort of your practice, and maybe he's just sort of in that mode or that mindset. One of the
99.
things you get from the tour, you learn that you've got to be ready for match number 1.
47.
Yeah, Holtkamp honing in
100.
on the match, trying to make the most of that traveller's visit there from Bioweski.
Well, the interesting thing about the game is Holtkamp's yet to really land a big blow. He's had 10
140.
scores of a ton or more, but nothing in the 140 or the 180 column.
No, I think in fact his highest score was that checkout, a 135.
85. Sebastian McCarr, 100.
He's just jabbing away at Bielecki.
$60. Oliver Carr, 93.
Match opportunity for Ollie Holtkamp to take another victory against one of the front runners of this group.
Getting shot on the
And he
match,
gets
Ollie
it.
Holtkamp.
A slow start for Sebastian Bielecki, punished by the Germans, Ollie Holtkamp. A 4-2 success for him, kick-starting his campaign here on Tuesday in Group A. Follows up the victory of yesterday in the opening fixture. Averages not quite the same level as yesterday. I'm sure that's going to be picking up as the day goes on, and it's surely going to be picking up in game number 2 when Ted Everts takes on Scott Taylor.
And at the MODUS Super Series, we always open our doors on a Saturday night to spectators. Head over to dartshot.tv to join us for one of our finals nights. They've been well attended since the beginning of 2024. Champions Week next Saturday. That's almost a sellout. Last few tickets available for that. And then Double Trouble's going to be here the week after that if you want to come and join us to see our first ever double start week. Next up for us, Ted Everts. He could be here on Saturday night, a 14-time development tour event winner, a prolific player in his youth days, still looking to make that real kick in the senior game. He's up against the 32-year-old Scott Taylor, who really has become prolific here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In yesterday's meeting, Everts halted Scott Taylor's perfect day. Victory in that one meant that they are level on points going into day 2. 8 apiece. Let's see who's going to be the first player onto double digits in the company of Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner.
First leg,
Thanks
Ted to
very
throw
much,
first.
Henry. This was the match yesterday
on.
that we highlighted. Could be a bit of a blockbuster. I mean, it is much earlier on in the schedule today, but I'm still expecting big things from these two. Both played very well. Both won 4 out of 3 yesterday. This did go the way of Ted Everts
140.
with a 96 average, but it was 4-3. But to me, I don't know what you think, Matt, but Scott
58.
Taylor, just the way he played, the consistency he showed throughout the day and topping it off with a 107 average, he really did look like the player to beat. But as we saw in our opening match, that was yesterday, this is today.
No 2 days are the same, are they, within
57.
this sport? And one of the things we mentioned about Scott Taylor yesterday was sort of the aggression, the controlled aggression that he was
78.
able to play with. And that's something that sort of you feel on a day. You can't replicate that. You can't force that. It has to come through again. And the question would be, is it going to come through again? It is the time of
58.
year that you want to be playing your best darts. I mentioned at the start of the show the golden ticket opportunity, and these are two
58.
players that will want that golden ticket. By the golden ticket, I mean finishing high or being high up on that Challenge Tour Order of Merit. That allows you to get Pro Tour invites, opportunities to qualify for the Players' Championship
70.
finals, the World Championship, chances to play here at the Super Series, the ADC, the WDF. You've literally
66.
got the whole darting world at your feet. And if you remember, people who have had that golden ticket over the years and really cashed it in well, one that really comes to mind is Scott Williams, the World Championship semi-finalist of this past year,
60.
who literally played in everything and he even won a Pro Tour that year.
Yeah, one of just 3 people to do that without a tour card.
59.
But yeah,
Ted Rukan,
I have to say,
116.
if you can make the most of the way the system is set up at the moment, there's so many opportunities available. And this is an opportunity here for Ted.
76.
Yeah, you mentioned Scott Williams there. He really was one of the kind of
29.
stories
Ted
to come
Rukan,
out of
40.
this year's World Championships. There were many, obviously, everything dominated by Luke Littler, but to me, Scott Williams, just another one of
Game
those
shot on the
stories
first
as
leg. Ted Everts.
Ted Everts goes into a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
So you may be wondering what Henry Deacon was on about with our
93.
double trouble week. We have a special week following Champions Week, which is a double start, double finish week. The lineup has been announced and is available on the MODUS Super Series social medias. You'll find that at MSS Darts.
57.
And I think we're going to have the Seniors World Champion playing that week as well. The Seniors World Championship taking part next weekend. And then I'll be coming here for Double Trouble Week, and, well, Robert Thornton, Kevin
135.
Painter, Neil Duff, Jim McHugh, Mark Durbridge and Lisa Ashton will be in that field. So 6 of the players taking part at the Circus Tavern in a week's time for that World Championship will be here. They'll also be joined by Colin Osborne,
140.
James Wilson, Series 1 winner Conan Whitehead, Connor Scott, Darryl Pilgrim, the
58.
record holder of an average in this arena. That could be the best lineup we have ever seen at the Super Series.
Yeah, that is some lineup. And I will say every group looks brutal, but that Group B, especially with James Wilson,
140.
Connor Scott and Conan Whitehead, wow. With 2 of Group A joining them, that's intense.
57. Tedukar
Good luck.
164.
To anybody in that field, you are going to need it. Champions Week is before that, and we've got our last week of qualification for Champions
94.
Week here in week 12.
Tedukar 158.
It's another mightily tough week to call this week.
58.
Ted Everts
Tedukar 70.
looking to double his lead and take that top position after the 6th lap of fixtures.
$50. Scott Ducar 100.
He opted for the 2
60.
tops route.
Ted Ducar
Only
20.
now set up, but Ted back for a breaker throw for 2-0. Double 10 required.
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
double
second
10 is
leg.
found,
Ted
and that is
Everts.
2-0 to Ted Everts.
Third
Where
leg
Scott
takes his throw
Taylor was
first. Game on.
snarling and growling yesterday, today he's huffing and puffing.
But I think yesterday you hit the nail on the head. Again, it's one of those things you can't force that. That is something that just happens. Something just
96.
clicks. And it all clicked yesterday for Scott. And something will happen, I'm sure, to that will just kind of just like that touch paper
131.
underneath him, and we'll see more of what we saw yesterday.
You can't replicate feeling, can you? It just naturally comes through. Sometimes you do
58.
everything the same in terms of that preparation and you just don't get that sort of buzz, that kick.
95.
When that doesn't come, you have to rely on raw talent, and Scott Taylor's got plenty of that. I'm sure we'll see that demonstrated throughout the day. Averaged 98 yesterday across his 5 fixtures. That was boosted by 104 and 107 average. But didn't really put too much wrong. 7 180s,
105.
19 from 45 on his doubles. It was a polished day where he won 19 of the 20 possible legs he could have won.
$59. Scott Ducar 170.
Well, we saw Sebastian Białecki hit this yesterday. Now Scott Taylor needs the ball. I was getting excited
129.
then. Thought that was
Ted
going to
Ducar
go.
148. $58.
Ted Everts in that
Got the car,
frustrating point of a
41.
game where you're taking charge of it, you break the throw, you're 2-0 up, and then you put in a sloppy one with the
21.
darts, but
Cedric
he's got
Hart,
another
90.
opportunity, another reprieve here for Ted Everts. Should at least be expecting to get a dart at the bull. We'll get the next best thing, he'll get a better thing, he'll get 2 darts at the double
Game
15
shot on the
and a
third
nice
leg.
clean
Ted
finish
Everts.
there from Ted Everts, showing his quality, class and experience. Now just a leg away.
Fourth leg
But
Scott to
there's
throw
one thing I'm
first.
noticing
Game
with
on.
all the players this morning. They're all sort of stretching out on stage. I mean, I don't think they're trying to get us a MODUS Super Series yoga DVD, but
47.
maybe just a bit of tension this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the level that these players play at, they're used to playing kind of the longer games, the longer days, but I kind of expect the stretching to come in by about day 4 or
60.
5, where you're just trying to open up. But as we say, it is early. They're just warming up.
I'm going to say something now, which
100.
as a player, I've never done, and I know I should. In what other sport do we play where we warm up for the task? We're doing our practice and our routines, we do our warm-ups, we play the sport, and then we just stop. There's always like
95.
a cool-down routine, either with some form of stretching or some sort of mild activity to sort of bring us back off that peak.
93.
What we do is we practice up to peak, and then we just go, stop. And that's kind of where we get these performances the next day where we're trying to do it all over again. I just wonder if the evolution of the game that we're seeing, maybe we're going to start seeing some form of
81.
cool down procedure. Maybe if it's not throwing the darts, but maybe away from here, just to sort of
71.
remove that tension or any sort of build-up of lactic acid or anything that may come in the shoulders.
It's funny, some of the best darts I ever threw was during a period where I actually took up yoga for about 6 months, and it was that whole kind of ability to stretch out, do it before, do it after. It really did make a huge difference. So, you know, the standard
31.
that things are at the moment, you are looking for such small things to make it better.
It's a fine motor skill judged over millimetres.
132.
We're going to see everyone down on the floor later, aren't we? Doing a bit of yoga after the matches.
84. Scott Ricard, 58. $38.
Could you imagine
Ted
that kind of
Ricard,
mass warm up, mass
150.
warm down at every kind of WTF event? I'd pay to see it.
Especially at the Dutch Open. I'd like to watch it there. But this is on. I think he was getting excited and fancied it like I did, because that dart was sat beautifully in the treble
76.
19. Just how
Scott
Ted
Ricard,
would have
20.
liked it if he could have walked up and put it in the board himself.
Game shot on the
Scott
fourth flag.
Taylor's up
Scott
and running.
Taylor.
You probably wouldn't know it judged on the reaction of Scott Taylor.
Fifth flag Ted to throw first. Game on. $93.
But this is where Ted will be looking to use all that experience. He'll be just thinking one treble a throw, and he'll be expecting an opportunity.
123.
Yeah, well, in our opening match, we saw Białecki start to mount a charge from 3-0 down. Ended up losing 4-2 to Holtkamp.
138.
Can Scott Taylor go any better?
He's feeling every dart here, Scott Taylor. I'm just watching him at the back of the
97.
stage. When those two treble 20s went in, he sort of looked away and sort of sighing. Yesterday, he felt like he could have done anything against him and it wouldn't have mattered. All the blows landing
140.
in this opening fixture for Scott in this top of the table clash.
180. Ted Ricard, 130.
Yeah, and then finds his first 180 of the match. But is it too late? Ted Everts looking at 130.
Certainly not a
58.
wasted 180 here for Scott
Scott
Taylor.
Ricard, 101.
Ted Everts has done his job, a treble a throw on average. Would have forced Scott Taylor into a 12 darter, and
Game
that's
shot on the fifth
exactly
leg.
what Scott
Scott
Taylor's
Taylor.
done. He's gone back to that Scott Taylor of yesterday. And what a fantastic leg of darts. This is now game on.
Six leg Scott to throw first. Game on. $52.
Yeah, you would always say Scott Taylor, one of those gritty performers.
$96.
I think if I had to have a criticism of Scott Taylor as someone who's seen Scott Taylor play for well over 10 years, I'd say
140.
if it starts going wrong, it tends to continue to go wrong. He hasn't got it in him to sort of turn a game around. And it's great to see him doing this here from 3-0 down against Ted Everts and seeing that other side of his game now. We saw the brilliance of him yesterday.
44.
We've seen that before. It's good to see this now, that sort of fighting qualities of somebody who's able to battle back when it's not going right for him.
93.
Everyone can play well when they feel good.
Yeah, well, you do. You tend to have those players, don't you, that are quite good front runners. But as you say, the ones that really do make it, the ones that win the titles, are the ones that have got that all-round game, the ones that
59.
can lead from the front, but also find that charge back.
99.
We'll just look at the World Championship. Our eventual world champion, our now number one, the man who's won 4 titles in a row, Luke Humphries. He wasn't so sublime in every single game. He started off very slow in that tournament, and at times you'd say
92.
rode his luck in
Got a
games.
car 117.
But having the ability to win when you're not at your
57.
best, that's the true quality that you need to have when you're looking at being a champion.
$134. Scott, your car 60. $20. Ted, your car 76.
And could that prove a costly miss for Scott Taylor? 76 here for the match for Ted Evans.
Double 8 for the match, and
Game
Ted
shown on the
Evans
match.
gets over
Ted
the line
Evans.
in the end. He's not overly pleased with the performance, but he'll be delighted with the points. A game that very much replicated our first match. One player racing into a lead before being pegged back. Scott Taylor very nearly levelled that one up, and Ted Evans takes a big sigh of relief as he exits the stage, but he temporarily goes to the top of the table. Coming up next, our last 2 players to see today, Steve Hine and Jimmy Van Schnee.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Season. What a rivalry Ted Evans and Scott Taylor's becoming already this week at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Evans raced into a 3-0 lead in that game before Taylor pulled it back to 3-2. But it was Evans that managed to get over the line. 4 out of 9 on the doubles, a 4-2 success, and it means he is the first player on to 10 points in this group. Our final 2 players yet to play today are the 2 players at the bottom of the table, Steve Hine and Jimmy Van Schnee, both looking for their second win of the group, and watching this one in the commentary box, it's Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Jimmy Van Schnee lost this fixture yesterday. It was the only win that Steve Hine was able to collect, but he played better darts than you'd imagine when you look at a player who's lost all his 4 opening fixtures. Sort of running around the mid-80 average was Steve Hine, and his end average for the day was around about the 86 mark, which normally would have you very competitive
First like Steve to throw
in
first.
a Group A campaign.
Game on.
It's just happened to come into one of the toughest Group A's we've had on paper. They had one of those handshakes there, you know, like those movies where they're like
One out
have
of
about
them,
4 different
40.
knuckle touches and a hand either side. They couldn't get on. Maybe they were having a game of rock, paper, scissors.
It did look like it, didn't it? I've been there myself. You go in for a proper handshake, someone's got a fist bump, they've got a fist bump, you know, and you just switch it around. All you can do is laugh.
It's like when you see someone on the path, isn't it? You try moving and they move and you just end up like dancing with them side
26.
to side on the pavement.
I thought Jimmy Van Schie yesterday
60.
played very well. Probably didn't pick up as much as what he'd have liked, just the one win and actually sitting at the bottom of the table. But
42.
I think, like we said, it's the nature of the competitiveness of this Group A, but he's been very good on debut. And like you say, he's one of those players that really does want to make the most of these opportunities that are coming up for him.
He was consistent across the day, 87 average, very,
58.
very good on the doubles, 10 from 22, but was the player who had the least amount of darts out of double out the group. So maybe the story there was he just lacked a
96.
little bit of real top-end firepower. We know the levels he's got, picking up that WWF silver ranked title in Romania.
58.
There were 600 players in Romania that weekend. Very, very busy event, played across 40 boards. I was there myself and I can testify to just how hard that tournament is in
122.
order to play at any sort of peak level.
Yeah, it's one of those tournaments that's really grown and grown over the years. But when you do have those kind of numbers, it
One out of them.
kind of
40.
makes it very
Steve
difficult to get
McCann,
into a rhythm of
75.
practicing and finding any space or any boards available without a queue of about 40 people.
Absolutely,
35.
and that's
Jimmy
why we
O'Connor,
see people
85.
like Ollie Holtkamp, for example, who comes here with looking like low averages, and they end up playing so much better here because they get that perfect preparation. You won't be happy with that dart though. But a great recovery, double 16 to bail himself out of a situation. An
53.
opportunity to break
Steve
the throw
O'Connor,
of Steve
40.
Hine.
Getting shot on the first
Steve
leg.
Hine himself
Steve
had some
Hine.
success on that WDF tour. He reached the final of the Scottish Open a couple of years ago and qualified for Lakeside,
Second
where
leg,
he got
Jimmy
a
to
couple
throw
of
first.
wins
Game
before going out in round number 3. But I've got to be honest here now. I'm one of those people that was very ignorant to the WDF system in the fact that you'd look at the averages and go, what a bunch of naff. They're not
43.
good players. And actually, when you get out there, you realise how hard it is to play on that circuit because, like you say, you could be sat there for 2 hours
60.
with one practice board for every 20 people. So you think, I can't practice. Then you go to a match and it's like, right, you get 9 darts and it's time to start. And it's like, right now. So you're using a leg or two of just trying to find the flow. And it's a completely
60.
different challenge. It's nothing like playing at the PDC.
No, absolutely. I can kind of compare it to
81.
what we get with the women's series when we go there and you've got, all the practice boards that you possibly need, plus, massive playing areas as well. It's all totally different with the other tournaments. And, as you mentioned, Scottish Open, Steve Hine, to get to the final there, I think there's normally
One out of
perhaps
them,
one
40.
practice board that you can potentially find in the men's and one in the women's arena. And it's very difficult when there are so many numbers.
No tables and chairs to
99.
sit down on or anything like that, yeah. I remember on the tour, I'd play my game, and if I won, I'd go straight back to the practice boards and just throw in between. Me and Ryan Searle would stand practicing together.
60.
playing on the board, and it's a little, I don't want to say clicky, but it's like everyone understands like that board is mine and Ryan's board, that board is their board, and you sort of don't invade somebody else's board. It's sort of like a weird system. Like everyone sits in the same place, they practice with the same people. It's
creatures of habit.
Yeah, you don't get that on the WWE. As soon as you go on the board,
60,
like you get about 6 people pile on it.
$89. Jimmy O'Carr 138.
Humphreys for Jimmy. Going the more popular way nowadays, the 19 route first. But he's not yet to take a leg off of Steve Hine. And
58. Steve O'Carr 32.
6 legs for the Muffin Man without response.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve Hine.
The breaker throw there for Steve Hine as well.
I don't know what you think. I felt that was slightly risky on the
like Steve to
1-2-1,
throw
not
first.
to
Game
at
on.
least attempt the treble 17 for the bullseye, because Holtkamp did that to Jimmy Manshee yesterday, and Jimmy took out a
100.
150 checkout just to say, shouldn't really leave me a chance. Played out okay that time, and I know it's not going to happen every time, but yeah, I sometimes think it's risky.
I can tell you a story about this.
Do you know what? I think that's going to be your line, isn't it? Yeah.
Especially when Steve's played. We was in
43.
Killarney. Was at a pro tour, and Steve Hine was in a game, and he did the exact same thing. I think his opponent was on like 112, and he didn't go for the finish, and he just
60.
set it up. And Steve just came back and went, "If you're good enough," and the player missed it, and it ended up causing a bit of a kick up. And then I was on the board, the same board, like 2 games later, and I was in the same situation, so I did it as
95.
well. Just because Steve did it a few games before, and we both got away with it at the time. But that's Steve's mentality on that. He will literally lay it up,
57.
and his argument is, if you're good enough, take it. If not, I'll rather have 3 darts at the double.
Well, it's worked well enough in this match. He's 2-0 up, and has the throw here.
96.
And Jimmy just not really finding any response to Steve Hine.
96.
Yeah, I won't name the players involved because it did cause a bit of a stir that day. Sort of egged each other on a lot, me and Steve. It was, I know his partner
100.
Irene wasn't too impressed with some of our antics over the years.
Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine there's some of them not
85.
For,
Jimmy O'Carr
discussion here.
167.
Oh, she used to tell me off a lot.
$97. Steve O'Carr 103. $83. Jimmy O'Carr 70.
So expectant there, Steve Hine, a very, very good tops player. He was demonstrating that quality yesterday. Double 8 for Jimmy. Taking a leg on the board. I think he thought that was in. He was halfway down the hockey, but then again, all he's got to do is lean over to get that.
62. Steve O'Carr 20. Game shot on the third leg. Steve Hine.
Yeah, and this is starting to look comfortable. Bit of a replica of yesterday. Steve Hine did win 4-0
Fourth leg,
over Jimmy
to third
Manshee.
first. Game on. $42. $84.
If you are looking at the equipment of Steve Hine and you're thinking, what on earth is that at the back of his barrel? He throws with something known as an adagram, which is just a little tiny adaptation he puts on the back of the dart. It makes the dart a little bit longer, and
140.
it literally adds a gram of weight onto the dart. You see it there, that little golden bubble at the back of the barrel.
135.
Very rare player that uses something, and he has had darts and equipment made to him to the specification with the extra gram and the length, and he just doesn't feel as comfortable as he does with this.
137.
Again, mindset of a dart player. Dare anyone to try and understand it.
140.
It was good fun trying to pick it apart, though.
Yeah.
much more conventional setup there from Jimmy Van Schnee, who grips the dart at the back, which is why he probably enjoys that sort of scallop.
162.
So he knows that he's holding the
Supercar
dart in the
142.
exact same position every time.
Oh, Jimmy will have
134.
a shot at
Jimmy
double
O'Carr
10.
20.
He's had 3 at the outer ring so far. Hasn't been able to convert any. But
Getting
this
shot on
time
the
it
fourth
does go,
leg.
and
Jimmy
that is
Van
a leg
Schie.
on the board for Jimmy Van Schie.
It's the first time
Good
he's
leg,
took a
Steve,
leg
to
as
third
well off of
first.
Steve Hine. It's took him 8 attempts of which to
Game
do
on.
so. We said after the first 4 fixtures yesterday for Steve
97.
Hine that we felt victories was coming because he seemed to be playing too good to not be getting any results. Are we now going to switch that sort of
100.
thought pattern to Jimmy, who would be in the same situation Steve was, just winning 1 from 6 if Steve Hine can complete the job?
96.
Oh, in kind of stark contrast to yesterday. All our
44.
first 3 matches have gone 3-0. Ended 4-2 in the end, but Jimmy needs to find something if he's going to...
41.
He just doesn't seem to have very many answers for Steve Hine at the moment. Despite that 41, still trailing by 90 points.
One hundred and 40.
So, as I was saying, he seems to have answers for Steve Hine.
Every time he needs something, he's producing.
140.
Oh, Steve's left. The 127. Game shot in the match
100.
with Hinks
Steve O'Carr 127.
on the stick.
'87. Jimmy O'Carr 117.
Well, Steve Hine has been deadly on top, so you feel this has to go for Jimmy. 17 for tops.
'77. Steve O'Carr 40.
Steve would have dreamt of this situation in every single match, would love to be approaching the Oki. 3 darts in hand for his favourite double.
No score. Jimmy
He
O'Carr
doesn't
40.
cash in. You can see he was expectant of that. I was expectant. Everyone who knows Steve Hine was probably expectant. Instead, we might be into game on situation, and again a replica of everything we've seen
Game
so
shot on
far
the fifth
today. The
leg.
first
Jimmy
player
Van Schie.
runs away, takes the first 3 legs. Player B fights back a couple of legs, doesn't get over the
Six
line
leg,
to
Jimmy
make
to
it
third
3 all,
first.
and it ends at 4-2.
Game on.
That's the story of the day so far. Can Jimmy break the pattern?
'81. '22.
Yeah, kind of a exasperated breath there from Steve Hine.
I
'70.
haven't seen Steve that disappointed since we shared a room together in Holland. We came out the hotel room to get into the taxi, and he dropped his drink and it sort of rolled
121.
under the taxi. He asked the taxi man if he could reverse back so he could get his bottle of pop, and he ended up riding over Steve's drink and popping it over the floor. He was gutted, and I laughed for about 2 weeks.
135. $100.
So much so, it took me about 3 minutes to compose myself to tell that story.
I did wonder what you were building up to. I knew something was coming, but
121.
Yeah, a few shots in this match, in this leg, sorry, where Jimmy's one in the 1 or the 5, but
45.
adjusted
Jimmy
very
O'Connor,
well. And
94.
looking to break that trend that we've seen so far today. 94 left for 3 apiece.
$78.
Oh, I couldn't take the 94, but Steve Hine now finds himself on the back foot.
43. Jimmy O'Connor, 16.
To take us all the way into a deciding leg for the first time today. Oh, he's gone in the wrong
No
bed.
score.
He's hit the
Steve
flight on the
O'Connor,
way through.
170.
And Steve Hine, another opportunity to get this done, but it's the biggest shot of them all. We've seen it once already from Sebastian Bielecki. Steve Hine
145.
nearly added himself
Jimmy O'Connor,
onto that
16.
roll of honour of players that have won a match with a 170 finish.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jimmy Van Shee.
Yeah, absolutely. Width of a wire there for Steve Hine for
Seven
a
and final
4-2
leg,
win.
60 throw
And now
first,
it's 3
Jimmy.
apiece and 501 points between himself and the finish line.
93.
Just needed a treble and found it with the last start on the treble 18.
$93.
Replicated by Jimmy Van Schnee.
66.
Huge last start there from Steve Hine. 66, I always say, is that shot that if you do it that way round, you actually come off the hockey quite happy because you've kind of saved the situation where if you get the treble with the first start, you're fuming with 66.
60.
Yeah, totally. It's relief.
$136.
You can see how important now that last start has become.
$96.
And again, it's just a different situation here for Steve Hine, isn't it? You've got Jimmy who's fought back from 3-0, but when you're 3-0 up and you think, oh, I've got the darts in a couple, and you watch that lead start disappearing,
83.
it's how much fight you've got in a deciding leg, but been pretty steady so far from Steve Hine.
$100.
We
Steve
talk
O'Connor,
about last darts, that's a
123.
big one there. Steve Hine would have had 6 darts at this 1-2-3. I mean, he's throwing like he had 6 darts at it anyway,
83.
starting on the
Jimmy O'Connor, 152.
treble 20. But he sets it up. His favourite double. Will he get the opportunity? He won't like what he sees. Until now. Steve Hine, for the second time in this match, will approach the hockey with 3 darts in his hand at his favourite
96.
double.
Steve O'Connor, 40.
Oh, double 10, and it doesn't
20.
go. And yeah,
Jimmy
the
O'Connor,
disappointment there, but
56.
Jimmy Van Shee coming back, 456.
Game shot on the match.
Wow.
Jimmy Van Shee.
Steve Hine, 3-0 up. He had 7 match darts. He had a shot at the 170. He had 2 handfuls at his favourite tops. But Jimmy Van Schnee has completely turned that one around and completed the comeback. Averages in the mid-80s, about par for where we've seen from them across their campaign so far. But Jimmy Van Schnee, the man who takes the points and relegates Steve Hine now to the bottom of the table. Coming up next, we've got Scott Taylor and Ollie Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. What drama we've seen on day 2 so far. The first round of fixtures have been completed, and before the break, Jimmy Van Schieck completed the perfect turnaround. 3-0 down against Steve Hine. He picked up a 4-3 victory. Scott Taylor next up in action, up against Ollie Holtkamp. Holtkamp, who got the better of Sebastian Białecki by 4 legs to 2, including a 1-3-5 en route. Takes on Taylor, who has lost back-to-back games against Ted Everts, looking to get back on the winning trail and put himself onto 10 points with victory in this one. Right, let's get into this one in the company of our commentary team.
Looks
It's
like
Matthew
Scott's through
Edgar
first.
alongside Laura Turner.
Game on.
Yep, thank you very much, Henry. So second time we will see these two today. And good start for Holtkamp, but
95.
probably a bit disappointing for Taylor. Did start to play better towards the back end in his opening match against Ted Everts, but definitely not what we saw from him yesterday. Just didn't quite have that
100.
that I want to say grur for want of a better adjective, but it really was. He didn't have that intensity that we saw throughout the whole day yesterday. But
95.
just want to see if he can kick on, move on from that, because he is fighting for that top spot.
I actually like that. A bit of grr.
100.
It's the technical term.
But for Scott Taylor, the
180.
advantage he's got is yesterday he sort of walked through the field until he played Ted Everts. Now he's played Ted Everts. Can he walk through the field again? He'll probably feel that he is the man to beat when it comes to
46.
all the other
He's got the
fixtures.
car,
But
131.
we'll probably just look up to Ted slightly on the fact that Ted's been where he wants to go. Looks like he's
111.
recovering very, very quickly from that minor setback there to Ted Everts.
95. Scott the car, 20. Game shot on the first leg. Scott
See,
Taylor.
I do like to, where possible, offer a little bit of value and offer up some suggestions.
Second leg already to throw first.
I think
Game
on this one, Ollie Holtkamp, over 2.5 bounce outs, I think's a good option, available at 1 to 5.
58.
You just see the way they land. They're just driving. They're just
100.
hitting the wire at such an awkward angle. They're just not able to kind of actually penetrate through to the board.
See, that's good. That's actually entered at a decent angle. That's a well-thrown, projected dart. But
77.
if he just holds on to it a touch too late, just engaging the thumb in the throw, not coming out the hand clean, they're just sort of
100.
hitting the board a bit too upright.
98. $140.
This is the Scott Taylor we saw yesterday. And we did actually pick up on that yesterday. He started to throw firmer as the day sort of went on. And we're getting that again here. A much
81.
firmer
Car,
delivery
161.
from Scott Taylor. Certainly finding that grr.
89.
There's one.
39. Scott the car, 72.
Strange. It's almost like they're kind of landing almost flat onto the board. But tops here and
Game shot on the
tops
second
goes,
leg.
and that's
Scott
2-0
Taylor.
Scott Taylor. Yeah, backs up that opening 13 dart leg with a 15 dart.
Third leg Scott to throw
I
first.
don't know if Ollie's got a
Game on.
nickname, but maybe we should call him the Rids. Reason being, Callan Rids once played a Pro Tour leg with 2 darts. I feel like Ollie's playing a lot of these games with 2
86.
darts as well.
Yeah, actually, Callum put that to quite good use. He played very well that leg.
He nearly won the leg, didn't he?
did.
I think that's more to do with the landing of the dart there that he's not too happy with.
97.
Interesting, because it actually looks quite inviting to me the way his darts land, but maybe he's not confident in actually how firm they've actually stuck into the board just
180.
because of the way that his release is at the moment.
I'm guessing it also makes it a bit tricky as well when your opponent's hitting 111.88 average against you. Scott Taylor
134.
finding that genius of yesterday.
90. $44. Scott Car 145. $87.
He fancied that, didn't he?
He'll just do everything possible to avoid double 16, an area of the board Scott Taylor absolutely despises.
59. Scott Car 58.
And I get that, I kind of do the same with tops.
48. Oliver Car
It's
167.
getting a little bit messy for Scott Taylor.
$57. Scott Car 10.
We've seen him go straight for this. Continues with that plan.
No score. Oliver Car
Yeah, as predicted.
110.
Not quite going to plan in this leg, but 110 here. Not disastrous. Treble 19.
38. Scott Car 10.
Beautiful. Inviting. Disappointing. Frustrating.
6. Oliver
Well,
Car
this doesn't have to go
72.
there again. He'll be hoping, though, that he does get a return to the board. Ollie Holtkamp. Chance to get a leg on the board. And it's going to be tops.
52. Scott Car 4. Game shot on the third leg.
and
Scott
that
Taylor.
switch did the trick. Yeah, Scott. Yeah, he's telling himself off there.
Fourth leg all in through
He's
first.
after
Game on.
perfection.
I think that's
60.
the thing with a lot of players sometimes, and I'm so guilty of it myself, that we set high standards for
30.
ourselves, but often we don't set high standards, we seek perfection. And I feel that's where Scott is as well right now. He's had
58.
those averages of 104, 107, and it's almost like, why aren't I doing this all the time? And there's often that debate, isn't there? Like, what average do you need to have to go to Q school? What average do you need to compete on the Pro Tour? And I see some crazy
100.
numbers banded around. People suggesting it's got to be throwing 100, you've got to be throwing 105. There's not one player on this planet that averages 100 for the
85.
season. But yet we all think that's where we need to be.
Yeah, and I know we talk about
60.
averages a lot, but they are a guide. You know, obviously they can be figures and statistics that are slightly skewed depending on, you know, you could have a very high losing average, which completely skewers the stats for the season. So I do get it. I think the standard for
96.
me is going up there and winning. That's all you need to do. But that just becomes harder and harder as the standard goes
100.
up and up.
Just got to make sure you're in that 5 to 6 visit bracket. 16 to 18 or 15 darts.
60.
If you can, would be 12 to 15. If you can be in that block 6 visits or less, you're going to be competitive.
140. Oliver Car 142. $56. Scott Car 71.
Well, double 10 for the match. Can he use that? Is that a guide? Just the other side. So
51.
Holtkamp
look at
still
86.
desperately looking for that first leg against Taylor.
It's going to be a dart at the ball to save the match. Well, he's got the
39.
line right, just
Scott
not the
Car
weight.
20. No score.
Yeah.
Oliver Carr,
Oh,
47.
doubling disappointment for Taylor in these back two legs. Really, don't feel he could have got much closer without getting it in, but Holtkamp again, another opportunity. Up 7 for tops.
Game shot on the fourth
And there
leg.
is
Ollie
that
Holtkamp.
leg that Holtkamp's been looking for. And again, our
Fifth leg, Scott to throw
fourth
first.
match in a
Game
row where
on.
someone's raced into a 3-0 lead but can't quite complete the job.
Just makes you wonder if they're talking about it down in the practice room as well, because what you do tend to do is
100.
paint a picture and try and tell a story of trying to make sense of what is going on.
$87. $125.
Well, Taylor opened up with winning legs of 13 and 15. But these back couple, that last
40.
one won in 24 darts by Holtkamp. Definitely a game of two halves for Taylor.
99. $60.
Game of two halves. We may see the finishing line in sight once again here. Powering towards the finishing line with some big scoring in this one.
60. $97. Scott O'Carr,
I feel like
170.
Ollie is also getting the same sort of vibes that this game might be up.
77.
Don't expect to see Scott Taylor continue to miss match darts. He doesn't like that treble 20. Up to 2. Go for bull
122.
bull.
Scott O'Carr, 40. Game shot on the match.
Yeah, but
Scott
on that
Taylor.
occasion, it is Scott Taylor who finds tops, does seal the match, runs out a 4-1 victor over Ollie Holtkamp. Was averaging around the 110 for a couple of legs, ended up around the 84, 72 mark. Holtkamp just a bit off the pace with the 71, but that doubling success, 4 from 17 for Scott Taylor, 1 from 4 from Holtkamp, kind of tells a bit of the tale. But coming up next, we get to see Sebastian Białecki, and he takes on Jimmy Van Schie.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, and welcome back to Scott Taylor to the winners' enclosure once again. Couple of defeats against Ted Everts, but he is back on the winners' trail, getting the better of Ollie Holtkamp by 4 legs to 1. That's despite missing 13 darts at double in that match. So him and Ted both on 10 points. Next up for us, Sebastian Białecki and Jimmy Van Schie. And you just get the sense that the top two wouldn't mind a win for Jimmy here, because it means that they'd be separated from the rest of the pack and could potentially look at least a Group B showing come Thursday and Friday night. Right, let's have a look at this fifth game in the company of Matthew
First
Edgar
leg,
and Laura
Sebastian
Turner.
to throw first.
Yep, thank you very much, Emery. And I tend to agree with you. I think a win here for Jimmy, one would do Jimmy the world of good. Played quite well yesterday, didn't quite kick off today in his opening match, but did get the win in the end.
57.
But it was a struggle at times, I felt. But yeah, I think a win, that will do him the world of good. And for me, I think Białecki, he struggled again against
59.
Holtkamp. For him again, if he gets that win, then will he kick on? Will we see those big 104s? Will we see those massive averages, the 170 finishes? It's almost like he needs a bit of confidence, needs that win under his belt.
That's how that whole performance felt
100.
with Białecki as well. He was really struggling to find any sort of throw with a treble involved in it. It was a very subpar performance from Białecki. Jimmy Van Schie able
85.
to turn around a 3-0 deficit to Steve Hine to get over the line in that one. So in terms of the positive from the opening games, you'd have to go with Jimmy Van Schie. But Sebastian Białecki,
140.
a lot of people talk about that very enviable throwing action. He's done some good things within this game so far, picking up development tour titles and
60.
found himself in the UK Open now on a couple of occasions. Played at Lakeside. He's only 20 years old as well, don't forget. And I think that's one of the things sometimes
58.
we sort of forget with Sebastian Białecki, because it feels like he's been around quite a long time already.
Yeah, and also he's one of those players that when he did burst onto the scene, he's one that we noticed straight
99.
away.
Sebastian
He's a player that's
146.
played very well over the last couple of years.
Well, we had no choice. He hit a 9-darter on his debut at the UK Open, so we kind of couldn't ignore him.
92.
That was the UK Open. That was played at the MK Arena. The
126.
home of the
Sebastian
Masters
Białecki,
darts,
54.
won by Stephen Bunting this past weekend.
Getting shot on the first leg. Sebastian Białecki.
Better from Białecki. And that'll give him something to build on, just to know that what he's doing on that practice
Second leg,
board's
Jimmy to third
transferring
first.
through, because that's
Game
the
on.
other annoying point that you get. He's probably stood in the back room now, just hitting treble after treble. Then he came up here in that opening fixture and it didn't happen.
140. $180.
Yeah, this is much more measured. This is much more confident here from Sebastian Białecki.
96.
Oh, it's on.
180.
We've just literally mentioned that he burst onto the scene with that 9-darter at the UK Open. Is he about to give us another?
95. Sebastian Carr 141.
Something he's done here before.
$93. Jimmy Carr 170.
Well, we saw Van Schie take out a 150 yesterday. Can't replicate
58.
it with the 170.
Sebastian
So
Carr 48.
Białecki back for 48. Eight for tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, and
Sebastian
that's some
Białecki.
impressive finishing so far from Białecki. 2 from 200% on the doubles. Yeah, and a sportsman
Third
like
leg, Sebastian to
fist pump
third
there
first.
for the
Game
back-to-back 180s.
Thought that was just going to fall into perfect timing there. We were just talking about him bursting on the scene with that 9 darter, and then he was on one himself just then.
You know full well it never works
96.
that way.
I was hoping. I was hopeful. He has had quite the career for someone who's just 20 years old. UK Open quarter-finalist in
97.
2022. He played in the World Cup alongside Krzysztof Ratajski. Made the last 16 of that event. He's played in European Tours, Players' Championships, the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace and at the Lakeside. Ticking off the 2 bucket list locations for any dart player. Won a week here at the Super Series. 3 Development Tour titles.
60.
And he also had a Challenge Tour and a Development Tour title that is not classed the same as those Development Tour titles, because they're actually classed as EU Challenge Tour and Development Tour titles, because during COVID times,
95.
in order to limit travel and to make sure that everyone could play in the events who couldn't cross countries as freely, they split them into UK and
57.
EU
Sebastian Carr,
Challenge
170.
Tour and Development Tours, which might be a development I wouldn't mind seeing become a bit more permanent to sort of help with the high entry numbers that the Challenge Tour now has. Over 900 players
96.
eligible to take part.
Yeah, and also for the accessibility for some of those players as well, who, you know, perhaps can't always come
85.
over,
Sebastian
maybe
Carr,
missing out on some
74.
of the top players if they can't keep commuting to the UK.
It's expensive as well, isn't it? It's a big cost. 88
58.
will return to the board. Jimmy all the way back on 202. Bielecki averaging 103.74 here. Right back up to his best where he exited the stage yesterday.
96. Sebastian Carr, 16. Game shot on the 3rd leg.
See, for a lot of
Sebastian
players, that first
Bielacki.
start would be awkward, but where he does stand to the right, he still has quite a lot of the bed visible to
Fourth leg,
him
Jimmy
from that
to
angle.
first. Game on.
I've had to adjust my positioning on the oche primarily because, as we
56.
mentioned before, sometimes when you play on the WDF tour, you didn't have a lot of room left to right, and I stood kind of almost as far right as Stephen Bunting. And one year got my stiletto caught in a grate. Couldn't get my foot out. Couldn't get my foot out to walk down the oche to actually get the darts out.
Yeah, I had that problem as well. My stiletto got stuck in the carpet.
I've also changed my shoes.
58.
Would you say a year on the tour costs on average about 3,000?
134.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, it's not cheap.
And it'll probably be more for players like Jimmy and Sebastian when they're playing on that
58.
sort of PDC, because a lot of it is based here in the UK, so more travel, and well, certainly for Bielecki, I don't think any of it's based in Poland. With darts like this from Bielecki, he'll certainly be making it worthwhile for himself.
99.
He's playing this week for £5,000 and a place in next week's Champions Week. He's starting to produce the best starts he has so far.
59.
Yeah, it's a
Sebastian
real
Carr,
bounce back
88.
match for Bielecki. As we said, not a 4-2 in his opener, but this has been impressive. 88 required tops for the match.
78.
Well, the highest average I can see to date so far for Sebastian Bielecki is an average of 105.47. That was very nearly beaten, so nearly a PB
140.
for SB.
Sebastian Carr, 10.
Well, opposite
No
goes
score.
straight at
Jimmy
it, but
O'Carr,
that's a bit of a
130.
wild duck. Pulls into the 20, so another chance here for Van Schie, who set up a 130 off the back of that 140.
Bit of a flow rider, wasn't it? A wild one. We'll get another opportunity here, though, Bielecki,
90. Sebastian
to
Carr,
get
10.
this job done. To pick up the 4-0 victory here against Jimmy.
5. Jimmy McCarr 40.
Well, Jimmy was 3-0 down against his opener against Steve Hine. Came back and won 4-0. Has an opportunity, a really good opportunity to get a leg on the board. Can he use them? Yeah,
Game
he
shot on
can.
the fourth leg. Jimmy
3-1.
Banshee.
Białecki still believes playing that bit stronger, but we were saying that at the time against about Steve
Fifth
Hine.
leg Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Jimmy survived 7 match darts against Steve Hine in that opening fixture. And he's just survived a couple of handfuls there from Białecki. I wonder if
81.
Jimmy's one of these that sit with the lotions and potions in the morning and try casting out the spells.
One out of them 40.
He's a very, very tall chap. I sort of was on the opposite side of the road to him this morning as he was walking to the venue. And he was taking
95.
one step and he was covering so much ground. My legs was proper going and I just couldn't keep up with him and he was hardly moving his legs. Like
116.
Yeah, nicknamed the Dutch Sequoia.
One out of them 40.
Just got visions now of your tiny little legs just kind of running down the
One
road.
out of 80.
you'd always wanted him in the egg and spoon race at school, wouldn't you? Because he'd be able to keep it balanced because he wouldn't have to be running too fast. So it wouldn't
121.
be much
Jimmy
bouncing.
McCarr 65.
Just a couple of strides and it's job done. There's an opportunity here to get himself back into this game. Going to get a dart of double 6. And he's fighting
Game
back
shot
once
on the
again.
fifth leg. Jimmy Banshee.
Jimmy Banshee does not know when he's beat. He was 3-0 down against the Muffin Man in his opening game. Come
Sixth
back
leg
and
Jimmy
won.
to throw first.
Survived match darts. Same story here. Surviving match darts and turning around a 3-0 deficit. Can he complete the job once again?
60.
He's got that bit of belief, hasn't he? Got a bit between his teeth.
That's from a month's worth of winning that he's been
96.
doing. He's been winning a lot of games recently. He won that Romanian title. That would have been at least 7 victories to pick up that one. The Dutch Open pairs
57.
reaching the final of that. That must have been at least 37 wins.
And then some.
58.
The hardest opens to win, the Dutch Open, due to the sheer amount of entries and numbers, and was won this year by Jarno Bottenberg, who punches his ticket to Lakeside.
92.
Punches his return visit to Lakeside. Won the qualifiers last year to earn himself a place.
One out of them 40. $100.
Yeah, it could be an important last start. Sebastian Białecki here with the opportunity to leave something quite handy.
$59. $55. Sebastian McCarr 148.
That would be music to the ears of Sebastian Białecki. Would have just been hoping that it was a no trouble visit for Jimmy. And he's already had a couple of handfuls of darts to get this game wrapped up, but he'll be coming back now for one of the more preferred doubles for a dart player, should Jimmy not be able to take the 137. But it's on. And points off, and it could be game
97.
over for Jimmy.
Sebastian, your car 8.
Yeah, we've seen Białecki miss a handful of match starts, but not
shot on
on
the
this
match,
occasion.
Sebastian
It is Białecki that denies a second comeback for Van Schie. Białecki winning 4 legs to 2, which is their 96, which is good considering the checkout percentage. 4 from 15 for Białecki, and about the 26%, but it's that result that makes all the difference in the end. 4-2 to the man from Poland. And coming up next, we've got Ted Evans as he takes on Steve Hine.
It's double 18.
Game
It's
shot
the
the
perfect
5th
9
leg.
dart, and he's been
Darryl
threatening all day.
Pilgrim. He is Jim McEwen.
Oh, yeah. Love that. And so does he. The way he reaches the final. Double 12 for Kevin
Game
Painter
shot and a match.
to seal
Kevin
the spot
Painter.
in style.
Game
And that
shot
is
the
a
1st leg.
170 checkout.
Robert Thornton.
It's double 6.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
What a tiny
Lisa
shot
Ashton.
that is.
Game shot on the 5th
Masterful
leg.
from Mark Durbridge.
Double Trouble will arrive from the 19th of February until the 24th of February, a week exclusively live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Who is going to be the winner of our first ever double in, double out week? What a lineup we have, and we have a combined 13 weekly wins in that particular lineup, including 2 Champions Week winners in Conan Whitehead and Jim McEwen in that field as well. Should be a real special week, that one. And if you do subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, you can comment below. Maybe tell us who you want to see in a theme week in the not too distant future. Right, let's get back to the here and now then. Ted Evans in action up against Steve Hine. Evans getting the better at Scott Taylor in his first game. Victory moved him on to 12 points. And watching this one down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar
First leg,
alongside
Ted,
Lord
you
Turner.
through first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry.
Game on.
Yeah, another interesting tie. We were talking in the break, Matt and I, and today everyone has won a match except for Steve Hine. Came very close. Think he would be disappointed. Did race into a 3-0
66.
lead over Van Schevet. Lost out 4-3. So just think for a nice bit of equilibrium, it would be good to see Steve win. And I'm sure a couple of that chasing pack on Ted
140.
Everts in Taylor and Białecki would also probably like a Steve Hine win here.
Well, it'd make the day 2 table everyone on 2 points, wouldn't it? It'd be kind of something we'd expect in a way after the standard we saw yesterday. We do think there's going to be plenty of twists and turns in this group.
83.
I just want to go back to that double trouble week. I mean, if you're not subscribed on the Super Series YouTube channel, now's the time to do so, because that following Champions Week is going to give us 2 fantastic weeks of darts. We've still got this week to unfold
95.
as well. We've got so many talented players joining us for the double trouble week, including the back-to-back
85.
seniors world
Tedrick
champion Robert
160.
Thornton, Mark Dudbridge, who played so well here not too long ago, and I'm excited to see Mark Dudbridge and Steve Brown in the same group, the 2 501 Bristol boys.
63.
Yeah, but I don't know about you. I mean, the kind of idea of having to hit 2 doubles just to win a leg is slightly terrifying. I can just about
140.
muster up one
Tedrick
sometimes.
97.
Well, Ted may look at 2 doubles if he doesn't hit the treble here with the first one. Going the more conventional way. I'm a big fan of
57.
that.
Steve Lucar 53.
I mean, you do see with newer players, as Steve Hine goes for tops for an early break.
Getting shot on the first
Doesn't
leg.
get tops,
Steve
but finds
Hine.
double 10. I was going to say, you do see with these players now that are coming through the system, they like to utilise the board. They
Second
like
leg,
the
Steve
double-double
Lucar
route.
first.
Ted,
Game
to
on.
me, is very much more a traditional route player. He will go the kind of treble-double route.
45.
And I like that. I do like that sort of tradition, as you say, with that. I think we do see a lot of people waste darts at time going the double-double route and end up throwing it off the board.
60. 100.
2 players that still playing their locals, playing their Super Leagues in Warwickshire. Ted Everts of Stockton, Steve
58.
Hine of the Cov Parkstone. So you may see these 2 taking each other on a local Thursday night. But now we see them battling out on the Super Series for a couple of
58.
points. Their chance to get themselves through to Saturday night.
$100. 99.
Yeah, well, it was Ted yesterday who did get the better of Steve Hine. Rocked up with a 94 average, winning 4-1.
81.
But as you say, I think these 2, they probably know each other's game very, very well.
Oh, Steve was very well aware of Ted Everts when Ted Everts was about 14 and he was throwing darts in the Southern League. Double start, double finish on a Monday night. Everyone was very well aware of the talent Ted had when he first started playing in that league and
58.
started
Steve
picking
Lucar
up the
60.
singles title when he was 15, 16 years old.
40.
That little bit of local history
Tedrick
as
Lucar,
well just
144.
carries around. Even if these 2 was to play on the World Championship stage, they would still have in the back of their mind that little bit of history they would have had on those cold Monday nights.
128. Steve Lucar 20.
Yeah, great set-up play there from Everts, but Hine back for double 10. Pinged it on the last, but now looking at double 5 and
Getting shot on
does
the second
find it,
leg.
and that's a
Steve
2-0
Hine.
lead for Steve Hine.
I was talking a bit yesterday about the county system, wasn't we? And
So
the
they
fact that
said to
Steve
serve
Hine
first.
playing,
Game on.
well, now 174 fixtures. I was having a little scour through the database, which is on the Warwickshire website, just to see some of the names that Steve's played over the years, and it got me thinking about how county system has changed. So in 2000, he played Pete
99.
Redison, Wayne Mardle. In 2001, played Bob Anderson, Martin Adams. 2004, played players like John Walton, Andy Hamilton. But when you look at what those players achieved throughout those years, let's say Martin Adams, for example, in 2001, he reached
60.
the World Match Play semi-final that year. Could you imagine Luke Humphries and Joe Cullen rocking up to county?
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, I mean, they've, especially Luke Humphries is relatively local to us. He kind of plied his trade back then in the county system.
But you just couldn't imagine now a match play semi-finalist playing in the county system.
90.
No, I agree. Do get some of the players that have been on the circuit still popping back. I think Jamie Hughes played for Warwickshire at the weekend.
136.
Yes, Jamie Hughes does still play, yeah, absolutely.
But there are those players that just love playing darts. They just want to play wherever it is, even if they've got their tour card, still to rock up for a local tournament. We've quite often had the likes of Simon Whitlock come to one of our local tournaments if there's
99.
nothing else on. They just love the game.
Ricky Evans, another one I believe, still playing county for Northamptonshire.
85. Tedrick 112.
Let's say Simon Whitlock, if we decided to have an open tonight, he'd be here.
$72. Stevie Carr 121.
Treble 17 would have left the ball, so Televic's back
62.
just to get one on the board.
Tedrick Carr 40.
Beautiful lie there for Ted Everts. He's just kissed the flight on the way in there.
Getting shot on the
Nice
third
big open
leg.
bed
Ted
there
Everts.
for Ted Everts to get a chalk on the board. And Steve Hine does have a bit of
Fourth leg Steve to
reputation
serve
in the
first.
local area.
Game on.
Granted, because of all the things he's done in the past and those events that he's played in and the time he
100.
spent on the PDC. I remember Steve once won a game in Super League averaging 17, and he found it so funny because he sort of got away with it just because the other player kept feeling nervous. 17 per dart, that is, so it worked out to about
100.
52, 53.
Yeah, I'm sure we've all been there. Win's a win. I'd take a win.
58.
Oh, absolutely. And he saw the funny side of it. He once went through a season where he just kept winning with averages like 22, 21 all the time, just because of that reputation. And it does help at times. We've seen it even on the biggest of
96.
stages where people have not been able to get over the line. I look at reputation that Phil Taylor carries throughout those World Seniors events, and he's winning games at times, not because he's playing better than his opponent,
32.
just because his opponent can't take the chances.
Yeah, in a funny way, you could almost argue that with Scott Taylor today. The biggest name probably here is Ted Everts, the most recent one off the tour, and Scott's played very well in all
95.
games, but just come slightly unstuck when he's come to Ted Everts. So that kind of psychology where he knows that he's got a big game in front of him and just can't perhaps raise it, perhaps thinking about that as
140.
opposed to just getting on and playing like he has been.
Reputation and history matters a lot. It really does. Head-to-head records matter. And where those head-to-head records matter as well. Like, sometimes you can lose a big game and it takes winning a big game
100.
against them to pull it back. I remember losing to Robert Thornton in the UK Open when he was defending champion.
97.
You beat him on a
Tedrick
pro
Carr
tour,
110.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't have that same weight or that same impact. It doesn't matter how many times you beat him. Until you beat him in a big game again, you don't sort of get past the result.
59. Steve Carr 74. $62. Tedrick Carr 51.
For a level game. little bit awkward, a raise of the eyebrows, a shuffle across the hockey.
19.
And a fantastically
Card
thrown
12.
dart, but didn't get the reward.
No score.
Yeah, disappointment there. That was,
Card 32.
that was unlucky there for Hine, but
Game shot on the fourth leg.
yeah, that's
Ted
a well
Evans.
thrown last dart there from Ted Evans.
I know you couldn't see that on the camera there, but Ted Everts had to move right
Fifth
away
leg,
across
Ted
the
just
hockey to
went
throw
first.
that. I think he
Game
threw
on.
it over Paul Hink's head in the end.
I did think the first one was a bit high, but at least that way it leaves the bed open. And as I was about to say it, the next one just came and completely blocked the whole target. So, yeah, very well thrown dart.
134. $59.
And just wonder how heavy these missed doubles are going to start weighing on Steve Hine. He knows he should have been off the stage against Jimmy Van Schnee in his opening game with a victory. He was 3-0 up, missed 7 match starts,
82.
ended up losing that game 4-3. He was 2-0 up in this one. And again, he's had plenty of opportunity at the doubles here, but he's only converted 2 from his
96.
11. You don't get away with that against a player with the quality of Ted Everts. He'll be very, very well aware of that. There's probably only about 10 miles in distance between these
140.
two players in terms of location. Ted would have grown up playing in the same leagues
45.
and
Card
formats.
145. $59.
Yeah, sometimes there's that comfort on stage, isn't there, when you have that familiarity with another player. We briefly touched on it yesterday. Mentioned that Mickey Mansell and Brendan Dolan game at the World Championships. We just brought the best out of each other, and you can sometimes have that, but I think there's sometimes a lot of other factors that come into play as well, like you
46.
say, head-to-heads and how well you've played against them over the years. I think sometimes we'll all probably admit we've got a bogey player, someone that you possibly wouldn't want to be
100.
facing on a regular
40.
basis in the MODUS Super Series.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
We've
Ted
only got to
Evans.
look at Luke Littler, for example, with Luke Humphries. Luke Littler could win the next 10 clashes against Luke Humphries, and he still won't
Six
forgive
leg,
him for
Steve
beating him in that
Fitzgerald
World
first. Game
Final.
on.
It will only really be relevant to Luke Littler when he beats him in something big, like a match play final or a Premier League final.
100.
He could beat him in all the World Series, Pro Tours, Euro Tours that he wants, but until he beats him in that big one again, he'll never really forgive him. He'll never be at peace with that defeat.
$60. $100. $180.
Yeah, great response there for Ted Everts. Second 180 of the match.
83.
Yeah, just putting all the pressure on the Steve Hine throat.
$100.
Just looks so calm, composed and collected, does Ted Everts.
96. Ted
He's on a mission, he's on a
161.
journey to get back to the Pro Tour. Trying to follow the same path and road that Josh Payne painted a couple of years ago. Using the systems, using the opportunities to
93.
continue to earn a living
22.
at the same time as getting lots of reps on that board. Learn to win once again.
97.
Something Steve Hine
Cedric R.
will probably
68.
feel he should have done maybe a couple of times already today. But the missed opportunities have been punished up until now.
Yeah, leaves him 56, so 16. So tops of the match.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
is
match,
tops
Ted
for the
Evans.
match as Ted Evans does win 4 legs to 2. Another match where perhaps Steve Hine may look back on missed opportunities, just the 2 from 12 at the outer ring, which saw his demise. But 4-2, Ted Evans 85.92 on the averages. Steve Hine about the 82.5 mark. But coming up next, we've got Jimmy Van Schie, and he takes on Scott Taylor.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is Advantage Everts after those 2 rounds of fixtures. Let's have a look then and round up what we've seen so far. 2-4-2 victories for Super Ted means that he is the Superman at the Super Series. Elsewhere, well, it's 1 win, 1 defeat for Sebastian Białowieski, and the trend of the day has been players racing into 3-0 leads for them being hauled back, but then go on and win the game. The only exception, that middle game there, Steve Hine was 3-0 up against Jimmy Van Schie before the Dutchman rounded off a 4-3 victory. It really has been an intriguing day so far here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We expected some moving, we expected some shaking, and this is what's happened as far as the table is concerned. Scott Taylor was the man at the top of the pile entering day 2, but 1 win from those 2 matches, coupled up with Ted Everts' perfect start to the day, means that it is Everts at the top of the pile. Sebastian Białowieski keeps himself interested on 8. Ollie Holtkamp keeps himself in the Group B charge on 6 points following the first couple of rounds worth of play. Really has been an intriguing start to the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we're going to head into the middle portion of the day. Round 3 is about to get underway, and watching all the action in the commentary box throughout the course of the day, Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner.
Yep, thanks very much, Henry. And yeah, it has been some slight movement, as we expected. As we say, Tuesday is moving day. So Ted Everts top of the pile, but this man there, Scott Taylor, I've got a feeling he's going to want to reclaim that top spot. It's going to be tight. It's going to be hard. And Ted Everts actually has now put himself in a position where he can actually run through the card and confirm that spot. But Taylor, I feel, won't be far behind. It's really, to me, sometimes what Jimmy Van Schie can actually produce, because we've seen moments of brilliance and then we've seen that drop off.
He's going to have his hands full as well here, isn't he, with Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor started to really find that form again in the last game. Just struggled to get it over with, which is why we're not talking about that average,
100.
which would have been, again, well over 100, should he have not had a bit of faffage with the double to get the job done at the end.
140.
But the only thing Scott Taylor can really do now is hope for a Ted Everts slip or mistake, because them two have already played each other. Ted Everts getting the victory 4-2. That are second fixture of the day, which means it's now out of Scott Taylor's hands until tomorrow when he would play Ted Everts. So he's just going to keep winning his fixtures, stay close to Ted, hope the slip comes, and if it doesn't, that's going to set us up for an absolute main event clash tomorrow, which would be right at the back end of the day.
125.
Yeah, for me, and this is coming into a really interesting section of the draw. Jimmy Van Schie will be more than aware of what Scott Taylor can do. Scott Taylor registering a 104 average in a 4-1 win over him yesterday. But then coming up next is Ted Everts against Ole Holtkamp. And it was just one of those surprise results for us yesterday, because Holtkamp just went out and won 4-0 and Ted just couldn't find anything. That could be the slip perhaps that Scott Taylor would be looking for.
60. Scott your car 40. Getting shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Well, if he's hoping for a slip, he's got to make sure that he's in a position to strike, and a 13 darter there for Scott Taylor.
Second leg Scott to throw first.
Gets him the breaker throw against Jimmy Van Schie, but he had 2 darts himself there to resist the charge of Scott Taylor.
41.
Yeah, opening leg there from Scott Taylor echoes the opening leg he had against Holtkamp in his last match. As you say, it was a game of 2 halves against Holtkamp. Went out with a 13, followed up with a 15, and then towards the back end, missed a good handful of match-winning doubles. Got there in the end, but you could see the frustration. Scott, again, as we say, he's just one of those players that just wants perfection all the time, and sometimes feel like he doesn't quite give himself a break.
100.
He tries to find the negative in the positive. I feel like it was a very positive day from everyone yesterday. Everyone should have been able to leave here last night going back to their accommodations with some form of happy memories of the day.
92.
I feel like it's going to be slightly a different story today. I feel like everyone's going to feel like they've had opportunities, but some people have taken them, for others they haven't. Most notably Steve Hine, who's thrown away a 3-0 and a 2-0 lead.
95. Scott the car 137. $97. Jimmy O'Carr 121.
Yeah, more frustration for Van Schie.
73.
Scott Taylor.
Scott O'Carr 40.
Once again, looking at tops.
Getting shot on the second leg. Scott Taylor.
Yeah, really not much wrong with Scott Taylor's opening 2 legs, 13, followed by a 17, 2 from 3 on the doubles.
First. Game on. $57. $100. 81.
There's almost a part of me that feels slightly for Van Schie. He just seems to have kind of run into some really
60.
quite big averages. Best average of the morning so far has come from Sebastian Białecki against Van Schie, a 96 yesterday. As I mentioned before, Taylor hit that 104 against him.
108! Sorry, 140.
Just a bit of a score correction there from our MC.
As a player who doesn't watch, you
80.
love that situation because when you hear the 180, you think, oh no, and then when you correct it, it's like, oh, bonus.
Do you watch when your opponent's throwing?
59.
I don't really know, if I'm honest, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes not. It's sort of...
Do you get that superstitious idea in your
83.
head that if you haven't watched once, you don't want to
Jimmy
watch
O'Connell,
again because it didn't go in
164.
last time?
It's sort of what we were saying yesterday with Scott Taylor, where we mentioned that you can't, like,
140.
it's just natural. You don't replicate, you can't force that. I kind of the same. Like sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. Like have a set plan.
81.
Like
Jimmy O'Connell,
stop watching
24.
that, or you need to watch more. It sort of just happens.
Game shot on the third leg. Jimmy Van Schie.
A good leg there from Jimmy to hold on to his darts. We've spoke about the amount of darts he's going to be playing and the
12 leg
stuff he's
shots to
done on the
throw first.
WDF tour. He's
Game
actually
on.
number 26 at the moment in the order of merit for the Challenge Tour. There will be another opportunity to top that up coming up in the near future over in
100.
Hildesheim. And that's probably not going to be too far away from getting a couple of Pro Tour call-ups. Certainly when the Pro Tour goes over to Germany,
100.
not all the players decide to take that trip. Certainly the players that have already confirmed their places in the major events, they tend to
57.
avoid those sort of Pro Tours where there's just a couple of events taking place. So could be quite likely to be in a place to get a Pro Tour call-up.
180.
As we could see, also Pro Tour call-ups are the likes of Max Hopp, a player who's been missing for a couple of years off that tour.
57.
Yeah, saw Max Hopp at the World Championships. One of those players instrumental in
140.
the rise and rise of darts in Germany.
$85. Jimmy O'Connell, 81.
Oh, this for a break back for Jimmy.
$49. $140. Jimmy O'Connell, 32.
To level up the game and get a break of throw here against Scott Taylor to make himself favourite. If you follow the pattern of the day in terms of the player throwing first, but he's going to have to come left. He's just having a check of the right hand side, but left and over.
No score. Scott O'Connell, 62.
Yeah, that was awkward, but a massive opportunity, especially if Scott Taylor can punish. Tops.
42.
When you talk
Jimmy
about do
O'Connell,
you watch or
32.
do you not, his eyes was piercing there, Jimmy, at the board, watching Scott Taylor attempt that finish. Just hoping to see the miss, hoping for the opportunity.
Game
Takes
shot on
the
fourth leg.
opportunity.
Jimmy Van Schie.
This could be a game we do see on the Challenge Tour as well. Both players will be expected to be
Looks like
going
Jimmy
over
to
to the
throw first.
Halle 39 in Hildesheim. Just a month away, 15th, 16th and 17th of March. For Challenge Tours 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10.
140.
Pro Tour back in action in just a week's time as well. So it's going to be quite a darts festival
100.
soon.
100.
I think that should realistically be the target for Jimmy this year. If you can get a couple of Pro Tour call-ups, just be high enough in the order of merit to
96.
go have a sample of Pro Tour action in 2024.
Yeah, it's a good goal to set. It's great to get that you say, that little bit of
60.
insight, see what it's all about.
If I was sort of setting the goals for Jimmy, I'd say, right, try and get a couple of Pro
92.
Tour invites, qualify for Lakeside. I think that'd be a realistic year of progression there for Jimmy.
Yeah, 100%.
139.
This is very good progression in this match for Jimmy.
85. Jimmy McCarr 62. $42. Scott DeCar 128.
Well, Banshee missed starts in the last leg, wasn't punished. Can Scott Taylor punish this time?
103.
Almost.
Jimmy McCarr 20.
Fine effort. Just grazed the wire.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jimmy
Trend
Banshee.
just seems to be continuing. One player races into a lead and gets brought back. Jimmy
Six legs,
now got
Scott to
2
throw
legs
first. Game
to
on.
get 2 points, and Scott Taylor, we said he needs to do his job. He needs to cling to the coattails of Ted
95.
Everts, who could be in a position over the next couple of laps of fixtures where he could really pull away now at the top of the table and put some daylight between himself and the chasing pack, and
119.
in the door for Saturday night.
Well, if Banshee can win from here,
139.
becoming a bit of a comeback kid. Already had that comeback against Steve Heim from 3-0 down.
180.
And that'll go a long way to help.
180.
That's very much a case of anything you can do.
You have a bit of that back belt.
126. Scott DeCar 87.
Well, this may need to go. It's a dart at the ball.
62. Jimmy McCarr
Jimmy
76.
and Schnee, after 9 darts, is approaching the hockey for a chance to win the match and pick up his second victory of the day.
58. Scott DeCar
Match start.
25.
He's had a chance.
Game
He
shot on
won't
the
be getting
sixth leg.
another
Scott
one in
Taylor.
this leg. Really good leg there from both.
Seventh and
Now,
final leg. Jimmy to throw
There's
first.
just
Game
one
on.
leg to separate the pair. Scott Taylor needs this leg, needs the win to keep
60.
in touch with Ted Everts at the top of the table. Win for Jimmy Van Schnee
57.
would see him move on to 6 and keep him loosely in contention for winning this group, but certainly with Group B potential.
59.
Yeah, and it just feels like such a massive advantage, doesn't it? Being in Group B, if you can't quite top the table here in Group A, and let's be honest, it is still highly
140.
competitive.
But he needs to hit here. Biggest 3 darts of the match here for Jimmy Van Schnee. For the first time, we see a little bit of frustration.
82.
Big last start to sort of just keep him hopeful.
49.
Well, that is a potential opportunity if Jimmy can find a couple of treble 20s here. There's one. There's 2. Yeah, and that
120.
is mightily unlucky.
Paul Hinks just checking if the point was touching the fascia of the board.
177.
But when you've just been so unfortunate like that for Jimmy, the misery compounded by Scott Taylor, who hits a maximum visit himself. Scott Taylor now will have a chance to
40.
get this game
Scott
won,
McGrath,
and Jimmy's in
78.
trouble now. He's in big trouble. He had a match start just a couple of minutes ago. He's now facing one.
Game
And
shot on
Scott
the
Taylor
mark. Scott Taylor
gets over the line. He had to dig deep. A really good performance there from both. Jimmy Van Schnee had one match start. An unfortunate bounce out in the last leg could really be the costly point for him and his hopes in this Group A campaign. Remember that moment for sure. But remember that turnaround from Scott Taylor, because we could be talking about that tomorrow when we're talking about our Group A winner. Good performance from both in sort of mid-90 averages, but Scott Taylor takes the 4-3 victory. Coming up next, we've got Ollie Holtkamp taking on the man who's in the top of the table clash, Ted Everts.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor had to battle his way past Jimmy Van Schie in that last game, winning in the last leg decider by 4-3. That moves him on to 12 points, alongside Ted Everts, who could make it 14, but Ollie Holtkamp was the player that halted him yesterday. Is it going to be repeat? Is it going to be revenge in our 8th match of the morning session at the halfway stage? And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this one thrown us up a bit of a surprise yesterday. It did
First
look
leg Ollie
like
through first. Game on.
a game on paper that you'd expect Ted Everts to have come out of on top, and it ended up being Ollie Holtkamp that won, and didn't just win, he won it by 4 legs to 0. The only defeat so far we have seen inflicted on Ted Everts, who has started once again today to go through the card. He'll be looking for a little bit of revenge here in this one, and
137.
certainly in a position in the table where we're starting to take interest, we're starting to take note into how the table is unfolding, and
93.
it's looking like a 2-horse race at the moment between Ted Everts and Scott Taylor, and this would put Ted top after 8 laps of fixtures by 2 points.
$100.
Yeah, I think Ted will be well aware of what happened yesterday and will not want a repeat performance. By far his
79.
just kind of uncharacteristically dropped off, had 2 brilliant games before and had 2 brilliant games after. It was just that one in between, but that's no, no slight on the performance that Holtkamp put in.
we've seen Ollie Holtkamp now
60.
for 7 fixtures, and the game against Ted was statistically his best match of the whole 7. So maybe just that little bit of reputation that he has, and a little bit of respect
134.
for Ted Everts brought the best out in Ollie Holtkamp. I always say some of the easiest players to play in the world are the Michael Smiths, the Michael Van Gerwens, because you just expect them to be brilliant. You expect them to hit everything. So with that, you don't really worry about the game. I mean, they're not the easy players to beat, but certainly the feeling of playing them.
$82. Ted Ricard 64.
And just that last start, again, just the release didn't look quite right, just in the way that the dart landed. So early break opportunity for Everts.
Getting shot on the first leg. Ted
Yeah, that
Everts.
little fist pump there just lets me know that he's probably got that just in the back of his mind, what happened yesterday.
Second leg, Ted to
I
throw
like to call that a
first.
Pro Tour celebration.
Yeah, a silent one. Very small, very discreet.
The multi-board system that's available on the PDC. 16 boards all playing at the same time, and if you're
100.
cheering and celebrating on one board, you might be disturbing a game on the other board. And now at £1,000 for winning that first round, you want the best conditions
136.
possible. And you do have a board official that will be scouring round behind your boards, and if you're cheering and jiving around, there'll be warnings issued out. Could even get
100.
one of those old DRA letters. They often turn out to be quite expensive.
26.
And I think what I've noticed with Holtkamp today, and I don't know, as I say, whether it's just that he's not feeling quite comfortable. They are landing, as we've said before, just quite awkwardly in the board, but very much a lot of frustration that's crept in quite
100.
early in his games. Didn't quite see that so much yesterday.
58. $139. $140. Ted Ricard 62.
Sometimes you're just getting that flow and you just expect that last one to go in. Tops to double his lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Ted Everts.
And again, the Pro Tour celebration there from Ted Everts.
Third leg Ollie to throw first. Game on.
This is much better from Ted Everts than we have seen today, despite the fact he's won his 2 games, and certainly in the reverse fixture of this one yesterday.
95.
Yeah, but it's just been pretty solid back-to-back 15 dart legs. 100% checkout record. Got the 2 from 2. But as you say, just those little reactions from Ted definitely
135.
make me think he's thinking about yesterday.
I can see as well for viewers on YouTube that we've had some new subscribers joining us today.
140.
Welcome to you guys. If you are watching on the Super Series YouTube channel, please do drop a subscribe. You've got a fantastic week of dart in action this week before we go into our Champions Week lineup next week. The lineup for that will be confirmed
98.
at the end of this week. Week number 12, we'll have our final winner taking a space. We'll also be inviting back some of the runners-up based on averages and statistics, as the full lineup will not be able to take part due to various players picking up tour cards at Q School. We've then
82.
got our Double Trouble week, which is possibly one of the best lineups we've ever had here at the Super Series. So the next 3 weeks are going to be some real top-end quality darts. So a great reason to hit that subscribe button and
58.
follow us here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, really will be interesting to see how that double start actually pans out, because it can be a real leveller.
100.
That's the one thing I think every player just wants to avoid, is your opponent finishing a leg with you still stuck trying to hit that opening double. I'm sure it's happened to plenty of players.
Well, Mark Dudbridge was involved in one of the most famous double start legs. He's going to be here
Ollie
for
Leclerc,
Double
84.
Trouble Week. Will history repeat itself there?
Game shot on the third leg. Ollie Holtkamp.
Nice leg there from Ollie Holtkamp. 14 darter, and once again he's raising his
Well,
levels
Ted
against
is
Ted. There's
first.
something
Game
about
on.
Ted Everts that really does bring out the best in Ollie Holtkamp.
$60. $100. $93.
Yeah, good switch, good last, but as you say, Holtkamp, if he can replicate something similar to what he did in the last leg, could start seeing him really push
58.
Ted Everts here.
He's averaging 95.74 in this. That's the best we've seen from him so far at the Super Series. He's got a career high recorded average of 100.67. There's the man from Germany.
93.
He's knocked on the door a few times in various events. He's attempted to get a place on the PDC European Tour a couple of occasions. Come close, got to semi-finals of those qualifiers.
54.
See him attend the big opens as well on the WDF. He went to Denmark for the Denmark Open and Masters. That was won
58.
by
Ted Ricard 154.
Sebastian Bielecki, who's also in this group. He's coming up next against Steve Hine. He also went to Switzerland, made the last 16, losing out to the then world champion Neil Duff, who's going to be
94.
playing at Double Trouble Week. It's all sort of entwined quite nicely, isn't it?
So yeah, there's a few stages of separation, isn't it? It's very interlinked,
60.
but
Ted
again,
Ricard 60.
it just shows that there's these opportunities open to players, and they are taking them. Yeah, I was going to say the same, Ted. Wow. Yeah, that's not quite the target he was going for. So 50 left. Oxford 10 for double 16, and
Game shot on the
you
fourth
have to
leg.
say that was
Ted
a
Everts.
very well sorted after that wild attempt for a 20.
I've
Just like
got a
Ollie
feeling
Leclerc
our
first.
social media
Game on.
team are now going to turn Ted into like a GIF or a meme. You know, anytime we put like one of those lineups out, you know, where it's like, oh, that's a good turn. Wow, that face. I think it's going to appear on our socials at MSS Darts for many of years to come.
$137.
He opted to switch there, didn't quite like the
86.
way it had landed. See that quite a bit from him.
Yeah, I don't think he likes the traditional 180, 180, 141 approach, does he? Remember Connor Scott just a couple of weeks ago decided to go a funky way on the
140.
9 dart. Didn't he go for 3 bulls at the end of it?
He did indeed. He did.
Would have been the greatest 9 darter I've ever seen. Maybe a little double start 9
140.
darter, because he'll be part of Double Trouble Week.
Yeah, knowing someone like Connor,
100.
he'll have something up his
Ollie
sleeve. We
Leclerc,
play
95.
local league with him. Quite often he likes that kind of idea of the perfect 9. if, you know, the 167, 167, 167.
When did a 9
63.
darter ever become boring that it needed to be jazzed up?
124.
This is an opportunity for the match here for Ted Everts to re-establish himself as the clear leader at the top of the table.
81.
That was for a chance of
Oliver Carr,
revenge.
32.
It's Ollie Camp out. Holt Camp?
Getting shot on the 5th leg. Ole Halkamp.
Don't know who I was watching then.
I knew who you meant.
I think I was going for part Ollie and part Vincent
6th leg Ted to
Camphouse.
throw first. Game on. $140. 125.
Believe Ted on that bullseye, just muttering to himself that it was a lazy dart. There was nothing lazy about that opening visit. Throwing firm, precise.
100.
Looking to get the job done here. Get off the stage, get the points in the bag.
And you can just see when they land well, they land really well.
135.
Yeah, it's got maybe it's just something about Ted.
Yeah, Ted's probably wondering what he's done to him in his life that's made him do this to him, because he's averaging at the moment just shy of a ton.
131.
I don't like to bring it up too often, the statistics away from this arena, but his seasonal stats over the last 12 months of all games combined for Ollie Camp. Holt Camp, I'm doing it again.
100. Ted Carr, 130.
76.10.
Yeah, as you say, currently over 20 points above that.
105. Oliver Carr,
Is a
141.
match start come and gone.
That's 2 match starts now, Ted's had both on the bullseye. But he will now get an opportunity at a double. It'll be a double of his choice. 25 is one of those great shots where you can
89. Ted
pick
Carr,
where
25.
you want to go. Nine for double 8. Bit of a snarl. Ted's getting angry.
17. Oliver
Now,
Carr,
might be getting
52.
frustrated because he just can't put Ollie Holtkamp away.
Yeah, double 16.
Getting shot on the 6th
Yeah,
leg.
there you
Ole
have it.
Halkamp.
It's 3 apiece. And as you say, Ted Everts cannot shake off Ollie Holtkamp.
7th and final leg. Ole to throw
Well,
first.
he now becomes the favourite
Game on.
to win this match just because he's got the advantage of throwing first. Ted Everts is doing very little wrong, but just can't put him away.
96.
Yeah, stats wise, Holtkamp just shy of a 98 average, but that checkout percentage is 3 from 4 on the outer ring, 75%. And just goes to show when Ted has missed, and hasn't missed a lot, but when he has,
58.
Holtkamp's been able to capitalise, and we are now at a level match.
Well, yesterday we called this a sizable upset. I'd say it was again today a sizable upset, but if it happens twice, is it really an upset anymore?
95.
No, I'm just impressed at how Holtkamp has upped his game in both matches against Everts. Been just looking at the stats from today. Holtkamp won his first with an 80, followed that up with a 71 against Taylor, losing
96.
4-1. And as we say, averaging around the 98-99 mark at the moment.
Big last start there, though, for Ted Everts, just to keep himself in touch. If he wouldn't have found a treble with the last start, Holtkamp would have had a massive advantage here.
140.
But he's got a massive advantage anyway. 9 darts thrown, he's on a finish. Ted needs to fill this up.
Yeah, good start. Just unlucky, clipped it, went into the treble 5, but
135.
well adjusted, but
Oliver
doesn't
Carr,
leave him on a finish. So
170.
Holtkamp 6 darts from here to wrap up the match.
That is beautiful for another treble 20. He's done the minimum job here, hitting the one treble. He's left himself on the 2
105.
darter. Ted is now in hit and hope territory. Because Ollie Holtkamp is in a position where he could make it a double result against Ted Everts, being the only man that's beat him as well.
95. Oliver Carr 65.
No, and you see that shake of the head there. Not as much pressure as he'd like to put on this. So 65 for Holtkamp. Yeah, taking his time. It is a massive dart. Big adjustment needed.
25.
Yeah, and can't
Teddy
find the
Ricard
target.
117.
These are the type of opportunities that Ted Everts has made a career out of gobbling up. Just need the one treble. He's found it. He will get a dart at tops to save the fixture.
Game
What a
showing
finish that is from Ted Everts. He survived a couple of match darts in the end from Ollie Holtkamp, who had a fantastic performance there once again against Ted Everts. There is something about Ted Everts that Ollie just really enjoys playing against. A fantastic performance from both, averages in the 97 mark, but it's Ted Everts that comes away with the points and puts himself back on the top of the table. He's the man to stop. He's the man to beat. Can Sebastian Bielecki keep touch? He's coming up next against Steve Hine.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ted Everts will be screaming out the Olays, as before the break he survived the late comeback from Ollie Holtkamp to win by 4 legs to 3, hitting a 117 out to complete the job and to put him on to 14 points in the group. The final game from the third round of matches sees the Muffin Man, Steve Hine, in action. He takes on Sebastian Bielecki, who, if he's to keep touch with those at the top, is going to have to win this game. In comms, Matt and Laura.
Yeah, thanks
First leg,
very
Steve,
much,
is
Henry.
first.
Yeah.
Game
I've
on.
got to say, I'm starting to feel for Steve because he's put in some really big performances at the start of matches. Just hasn't been able to back it up. And at the moment, finds himself the only
95.
player not to have picked up any points yesterday. Picked up 2 points yesterday, but ended up having to wait till his very last match. The group, as we've mentioned before, is highly competitive, but for Białecki, as Henry mentioned,
100.
you do feel that he does need to take this match himself just so he can keep within touching distance of Taylor and Everts at the top of the table.
100.
He's had chances, he's had opportunities, he's not been able to convert them as of yet, Steve Hine, and that's probably, well, it has eliminated his opportunity really of winning this group, but could
60.
still get himself into the fight for a Group B place, which will have its advantages.
100.
So Group C this week is pretty tasty. We've got 2 players coming into that who's just recently lost their tour cards, Bradley Brooks and John O'Shea. There are only 2 places available as well for that group. Neil Mina,
60.
the other player to be joining us in Group C. Group B, we're going to be joined by Lee Cox, who's always knocking on the door here at the Super Series. Ross Montgomery, who's just recently lost his tour card. And David Evans.
Yeah, if you think Group A is tough, just wait till we start with
61.
Group B and Group C.
32.
But again, another strong start from Hine.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve Hine.
Backs it up, and that's an opening winning leg of 13 darts.
He's certainly played better than his results suggest
leg
at the
Sebastian
moment.
to throw
Steve Hine,
first.
bottom
Game
of the
on.
table, played 7, won 1, lost 6. But I think a good indicator to that is the fact that even though he's done that, he's only on -7 legs. Including
58.
the leg he's just won now. The live in play, he's got him on -6. When you look at Jimmy Van Schnee, who's ahead of him on -9. Ollie Holtkamp, who's in 4th position,
139.
who's won 3 matches, is on -6 as well. It just shows that Steve's losing his games in very close battles.
100.
I can tell you now when he's missing these opportunities.
140.
His partner Irene will be sat watching and she'll be going, Stephen!
Yeah, absolutely in for a telling off.
140.
If I was to, we seem to put a H in
140.
everything, me and Steve, so he'd be Steven. His partner would be Iraheen. We just put a H in everything for some reason. I don't know why that started, but
96. Steve
so with that in mind, 82 for Steven to take a 2-0 lead.
47. Sebastian Ricard, 107.
Well, once again, the way Steve's kicked off this match, you feel that this just needs to go for Sebastian, and it won't. So I'm back for 35.
53. Steve Ricard, 35. Game shot on the second leg. Steve Hine.
No Steven there. Or Stephen. You know you're in trouble when you get the full name. Still Steve at the moment.
Throw first. Game on.
Looking to get his first victory of the day. Playing extremely well here, Steve.
180.
Average up to 118.20. I feel like this has been coming with Steve. He's been sort of knocking on the door. He's been playing good
99.
darts just without really getting the rewards that he's deserved for the performances that he's put forward. And now it's
28.
almost like he's tired of waiting. But how often is that? You'll see that down every local. The 180, it's normally the 26 that's followed. Steve's gone one better with the 28.
180.
Yeah, but what it has done in the context of this match, this leg, it's given
60.
Sebastian Białecki a really good opportunity to find that break back that he needs. And again, it could be a chance where Steve goes into a bit of a lead and it just gets eaten away by the opposition.
I don't think this is a Steve leg. This could be a Steven leg because
85.
he's had the throw and he's kicked off with a maximum, but Białecki first to a finish. Steve not
44.
even on a finish
Sebastian
after
Ricard,
12 darts, despite
137.
opening with the max.
Double 10 for the 137.
127.
Ten's one of those ones, isn't it?
59.
Do you go for it? Do you split
10.
it? Most players have just gone straight at it.
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
good
Sebastian
decision, well made.
Bialecki.
To Steve there. Or should I say Steve Hunt opened with a
Fourth leg,
maximum,
Sebastian
then
to throw
didn't hit a
first.
treble for
Game
the
on.
rest of the leg despite having another 12 darts. And this and that leg, just a prime example of
58.
the way that Steve Hines' day's gone so far. Just the middle part of legs just losing his way. The middle part of the matches.
137.
And the thing is, if the results had just gone Steve's way, I don't think it would be anything that plays on your mind. But when you've gone into a 3-0 lead in the previous
140.
match and a 2-0 lead in the previous match, and the results have both gone against you, it does become something that plays on your mind.
59. $98. $81.
Sebastian Bialecki in his third fixture of the day. Started very slow today. 4-2 defeat to
57.
Ollie Holtkamp. Did get a 4-2 victory in his second game against Jimmy Van Schnee.
55. Sebastian Ricard, 148.
Steve Hine not utilising the board correctly there. He's just offered Sebastian Bialecki 6 darts here.
Double 14 for a 148.
120.
But yeah, that pull into the treble 5 leaves him on a non-finish.
59. Sebastian Ricard, 28.
Double 3. Just a little flash over to Steve's score.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
No problems though for Bialecki. Level game.
Fifth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
See, Steve's not normally one who sort of passes up too many opportunities. I've got another story for you.
85.
Now, I may have mentioned yesterday that Steve's a little bit tight at times. And he's in this train station and he's
93.
gone to get a sausage batch, as he calls it, because he's from Coventry and they call it a batch for some reason. And they've gone, oh, it's £1.
One of the
So he goes, oh, I'll have 2. Because it was £1. He wanted 2 sausage sandwiches. Never passed down an opportunity.
Yeah, no, I can
97.
imagine it.
Can't say I
100.
want any sausage sandwich that someone makes a profit on at £1.
Well, no, you do have a fair point.
$86. Steve Ricard, 136. $60.
He's got himself back on the horse here, though, Steve Hine. He would have had those negative thoughts of throwing away leads, but he's done so already today. 3-0 up in his opener, 2-0 up in his second game, 2-0 up
Steve
in this
Ricard,
one.
76.
The pattern of play is not a good read at the moment for the Muffin Man.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Yeah,
Steve
he would have
Hine.
enjoyed that. No, he does pull into a 3-2 lead and has broken that pattern to an extent that we've spoken about.
Six leg,
Can
Sebastian
he
to
push
throw
on?
first.
Can he
Game
find
on.
that first win of the day?
Maybe he hasn't had that good luck yet because he hasn't brought us in a box of muffins, which is something he normally does.
I agree.
137.
Toffee, Steve, if you're watching this back.
Yeah, I'm not so fussy. Anything will do.
59.
Although if it wouldn't be too much to ask for us like a side order of tea as well, that would be quite nice. Wash it down.
You have to have a 3-course meal here, aren't you?
125.
What do you want for your starter?
96.
If you want after the full meal, you should be looking at Ted Everts. He's a chef, isn't he? Often puts some of his work on his social media accounts. Looks
134.
very tasty. Certainly more than one of those £1 Steve Hine sausage sandwiches.
No, I am all for a
43.
campaign where
Sebastian
commentators
Vettel,
get delivered food
105.
by dart players. If that's what they want to do, come and see us. We're just up here in the commentary box.
Oh, we can be bribed to say nice things.
73.
Niall Cullerton brought us some brownies and some cheesecake the last time he was here, and I've got to say, Niall Cullerton's my favourite dart player in the world.
See, these are the promises we can
78.
make.
Sebastian Vettel, 32.
So for a level game here, Sebastian Bielitsky is opting to stay rather than try and move around the tungsten. He's just going to force it through with a bit of power in the arm. Good, strong action there from Sebastian Bielitsky. And once again, Steve Hine finds himself in a last leg shootout. But can he get on the positive side this time?
140.
Yeah, strong start from Steve Hine. Great response from Sebastian Bielitsky. And this is a match that yesterday did go the distance, went the way of Bielitsky in the end.
41.
And now Steve Hine could be in a bit of trouble. Bielitsky essentially breaking the throw in just the opening exchange.
60. $140.
Beautiful. Great darts from Steve Hine to keep himself in a good position here to get his first win of the day.
43.
Yeah, and a slip there from Bielitsky. Steve Hine can find another 140.
94.
Yeah, but I think he'd settle for that.
Absolutely. He'd have just been thinking one treble there, two's a bonus. Get the opportunity. And then hope Bielitsky doesn't come back with two trebles of his own.
134.
Well, that's plan A
So you've
ruined.
got 86.
Double 16.
70.
Another two match
Sebastian
darts have
Vettel,
come and gone
84.
for Steve Hine. How big would that 1-3-4 setup play be for Sebastian Bielitsky?
Game shot on the match.
Well, it
Sebastian
did
Bielitsky.
prove to be absolutely massive, the 1-3-4, and another opportunity just slipped through the hands of Steve Hine. Played exceptionally well for massive majorities of that, but 91.70 is the average he ended up with. Sebastian Bielitsky 94.15, but does end up 4-3-2 Bielitsky. 50% on the checkouts for Steve Hine, 36 for Sebastian, but it's that end result again that goes against Steve Hine. But do join us next as we see Ole Holtkamp take on Jimmy Van Schie.
Well, this really is the group that keeps delivering in terms of drama. Before the break, Steve Hine raced into a 2-0 lead, was threatening the average record for a second before Sebastian Białecki came charging back to seal a 4-3 victory. Steve Hine keeps putting himself in positions, keeps missing match darts. And Białecki moves on to 10 points in the group. Right, next up for us is our all-ADC European clash to kick off round 4 as we have a look at the table following 3 rounds worth of matches. Ted Everts at the top of the pile on 14 points, Scott Taylor on 12. It's getting a little bit uniformed, isn't it? But if Ollie Holtkamp can get victory in this one, he just keeps asking the question as far as the Group B race is concerned. Right, let's get into this one then in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, that league table really starting to take shape now, and it's sort of cutting away into sort of a table of 2 halves at the moment. Jimmy Van Schnee to take this one, and there's a 4-point gap between the chasing pack and the top 3, Ted Everts, Scott Taylor and Sebastian Białecki. But Ollie Holtkamp did lose his last fixture by 4 legs to 3 against Ted Everts. Had a couple of match starts to get over the line in that one, but that one was the best performance we have seen from him so far here at the Super Series in his 8 matches. 97.16, and for me in that game the darts were just going in a lot firmer. Not so much of the angle that we saw potentially there on those last couple of darts.
Yeah, he just looked like a different player, didn't he? He actually came off a stage, quite a big smile on his face, although he had lost. I think he just recognised the performance that he put in and the challenge that he mounted against Ted Everts.
Ted Everts is the man to beat here at Super Series, the man top of the table.
134.
He's only been beaten once, and that was by Ollie Holtkamp.
140.
This will be a game, though, that both these players, before a dart was thrown, and certainly now, will be eyeing up as potential match for picking up a couple of points.
Yeah, I'd agree. 'Cause, to be fair, both of them have had their best games in their last appearance up to
171.
as you say, a 97 for Holtkamp. But Van Schie, he was unlucky. 4-3 loser to Scott Taylor with a 93.
95.
There's nothing unlucky about this. This is brilliant from Jimmy. Will he opt for the ball? We're seeing this so often now when a player's on the potential 10 darter that they do go for the bullseye.
30. Oliver Carr 170.
But this would be painful. Ollie could have found the 170 finish. He won't do so. So Jimmy Van Schnee got a chance here to
Jimmy O'Carr 20.
break the throw at the earliest possibility.
Game shot on the first
Just
leg.
a
Jimmy
little
Van Schie.
glimpse over there to the score of Ollie. See how close he was. Maybe he likes a bit of pressure.
Second leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
He's someone we're going to see here quite often at the Super Series now. He won 4 tickets to get himself a place here at the Super Series through the ADC
100.
Europe qualifying system. He was actually asking the question, why aren't I getting an invite? Why can't I play at the Super Series? I'm good enough to do that, he said.
96.
He was told by ADC Europe, get yourself to the qualifier and prove it. So he did. And there are various ADC qualifying systems throughout
91.
the UK. The Vault system. You can play in your local area. Qualify for the Super Series, just like Steve Hine has done as well, who's here this week. So if you do think that you can mix it up with the guys, if you think you can meet the standard, get yourself to those ADC qualifiers. You could be up there playing for
100.
the £5,000 weekly prize, the £20,000 Champions Week that will be coming up in just a week's time.
140.
We've seen so often as well, players come here as ADC qualifiers and end up getting an invite to return back here after putting on impressive performances.
134.
Especially some of the ones that we've seen that been introduced to us from ADC Europe that have put in these performances 1 weeks. They've been very impressive, and as we say, this is the platform where you can just Really
140,
hone and focus
Jimmy Power
on your
76.
darts. 888.
Game shot on the second leg. Jimmy
And
Banshee.
this has been very accomplished so far from Jimmy Banshee. 14 dart legs.
The leg already
just
through
over
first. Game on.
103.5.
And he knows it. He's loving it. You can see there from that reaction. A 15 and a 14 darter from
59.
Jimmy Van Schneet. And that includes, if you remember, he had a poke at the bullseye for the 10 darter.
100.
To me, he feels like one of those players that when he starts, when he starts feeling it, when he starts playing well, you can see the enjoyment. Almost the pace picks up. And there's a bit of that urgency, but a
134.
real swagger on the stage as well.
Oh, he's definitely picked up the pace. And it's not something, again, like we said with Scott Taylor, you can
36.
force. You can't go, I'm going to throw quicker. You have to feel it. You have to believe it. You have to trust it.
$60. $44.
One of the things you do get as well nowadays with some of the newer players coming onto the scene is they just get a little bit excited when they're on for a good average because they're aware and they've sort of grown up around averages, and averages being talked about a lot more than winning at times. And you talk to a lot of the newer
140.
players and they're quite happy to come off stage with a defeat as long as they've put in a good average.
Yeah, but as we've touched on already, I mean, they are just an indicator at the end of the
31.
day. I mean, the goal is the win.
Absolutely. I've never been paid anything for an average before.
I think Chris Mason, they don't put averages on trophies.
43.
Or checks.
Oliver Carr,
Never once cashed in a cheque at the bank and he's going, hang on a minute, pal. What did you average?
$93. Jimmy Carr,
Then you
138.
tend to have those conversations with players, don't you? That they'll come around. I won this tournament. Don't mention the average. Or I won this tournament, and then they go into the average. It's only mentioned when it's good anyway.
Oh, of course.
58. Oliver Carr, 64. Game shot on the third leg. Ollie Holcomb.
Good, clean finish there from Ollie Holtkamp. And they're the sort of finishers that just build
Like Jimmy to throw
confidence.
first. Game on.
That separate players on a regular basis. Those sort of two dart combinations that become the three.
140. $100.
Seeing again there, that ton there. 3 very well thrown darts. You can just see again from the way they land for Holtkamp. Makes all the difference.
140.
But this is a great reply from Banshee.
180. $171.
Well, he's done it again. He's left the 10 darter. Last time he did go for the bullseye, but I feel this time it may be judged on what
96.
Ollie has
Jimmy
left.
Carr, 50.
He just had a little glance to the scoreboard. This time, much more sensible
shot
in
on the
his
fourth
approach, and a
leg. Jimmy
great
Banshee.
11 dart leg there from Jimmy Van Schnee. A 15, a 14, and an 11 darts his winning legs.
Fifth leg already through first. Game on.
That collaborates to an average of an ice cream and 52, 99.52.
97.
Yeah, and he's one of those players perhaps he needs that little bit of time to settle in, grow into the week as it goes on. We've seen it with players across many of the weeks.
I hope not. I think he's done enough growing, hasn't he? Look at the size of him.
99.
Yeah, the Dutch sequoia.
You do get some big lads come over from Holland. We've had Vincent van der Voort,
60.
Vincent Kamphuis. Very tall lads. I don't know what's in their greens over there.
Yeah, you can go back as far as Roland Shelton. Very tall.
59.
Sizable chaps.
$58. $96.
But Holtkamp, once again, won't be shaken off.
100. Ole de Car 150. $60.
Yeah, Banshee been very, very strong on the legs that he has won.
42. Ole de Car 90.
Still can't maintain that top level consistently.
Game shot on the fifth
Beautiful
leg. Ole
again there
Holtkamp.
from Ollie Holtkamp. 2 from 2 on the doubles. He's fine when he gets down, but he's got
Six
to
leg
try and
Jimmy
find
to
a way
throw
down
first.
there, because on
Game
the
on.
throw, Jimmy Van Schnee has been absolutely rock solid.
100.
Well, if your opponent's not going to make any mistakes or errors or let you in, the only thing you can do is be perfect. What a great way to start the leg.
93.
Yeah, well, we saw him push Ted Evans all the way.
Yesterday
58.
we was impressed with how much he's upped it. He put 8 points on his seasonal average. Today he's rose it again.
58.
Yeah, 97 average in the last game, really highlighting that fact. And again, he's over the 90. 92.36. He's going to get a chance here to turn this fixture around.
99.
Yep, switches just to make sure he is on a finish.
$100. Ole de Car 164.
But again, impressive from Holtkamp. This is against the Van Schie throw.
$89. Jimmy O'Carr 150.
He hit this shot yesterday the exact same way. The two treble 19s.
Yeah,
58.
the exact same
Ole
opponent.
de Car 75.
She does have a habit of repeating itself, but not on that occasion. And he's yet to miss a dart at a double as Ollie.
35.
That could be the
Jimmy
biggest
O'Carr
miss. It could be the
92.
miss that cost him this game. A match-winning opportunity now for Jimmy Van Schnee. He won his opening fixture after turning that game around against Steve Hine. Double 8.
$84.
A long way off.
Ole de
He's
Car
trying to see
40.
where the dart landed. Might need a telescope.
Getting shot on the sixth leg. Ole Holtkamp.
Yeah, but Holtkamp does once again make it a level match.
Seventh and final leg.
Again,
Ole to throw
A
first.
bit like
Game
in the
on.
Ted Evans game, for me, it's the finishing. When he's had that opportunity, he's 3 from 4 at 3 all in the match, 75%. When he's had the chance, he's been able to take it.
82.
But getting to those chances has been what's proven very difficult, especially when Van Schie has been scoring as heavily as he has.
Well, that was the first indicator or the first sign of
140.
potential nerves there for Jimmy. He stood back, tried to compose himself, tried to keep that heart rate in check, and then it didn't deliver in regards to the actual throwing of the dart.
81.
This is a great response. 2
134.
big power scoring visits. And he's up for it.
$42.
I just wonder if there's a bit of tension creeping in because, again, those darts just landing slightly higher than they have been for Ollie Holtkamp.
$85.
Good use of the board, good thinking there. He's forced Ollie Holtkamp into a couple of treble visit now. And that makes Jimmy big favourite now to
55.
go on and complete
Jimmy
the job
O'Carr,
and pick up some points.
142.
Just the one treble required.
64.
Yeah, and Holtkamp just finds himself back in that territory that he's just got to try and find a treble, leave something on, and just hope that Jimmy misses.
95.
Well,
Jimmy
he's the
O'Carr,
finish.
78.
Gives himself a bit of hope. But that hope may be about to be extinguished by
Game
Jimmy
shot
Van
on the
Schnee,
mat,
who
Jimmy
picks up the victory in the end. It was a good, polished performance there for Jimmy Van Schnee. He was on a 10-darter in 2 of the 7 legs that we played in that fixture. But for Ollie Holtkamp, again, a really good performance from him. Well beyond what we've sort of expected before he arrived here. And Jimmy Van Schnee takes the points. A 4-3 victory with 93.57 average for him. Coming up next, can Steve Hine get a victory on the board? Can he stop Scott Taylor?
Well, it's been a dramatic day here at the MODUS Super Series. Each of the last 4 matches have gone to last leg deciders, and they've all been won by the player throwing second. Jimmy Van Schie keeping that trend up, getting the better of Ollie Holtkamp by a 4-3 scoreline before the break. Right, next up for us, Scott Taylor can pile the pressure on Ted Evans, can go level on points with the league leader, and will go in front on legs difference if he can get the better of Steve Hine, who's had opportunities to win matches today but has failed to get over the line as of yet. Can his fortunes change in this one? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner.
Yeah, indeed, we will find out. And I think it's just been a theme of the day, unfortunately, for Steve Hine, that he's coming out the traps. He's playing really well. We did see a bit of a fight back in his last one against Sebastian Białecki, but just hasn't been able to cross a line. And off the back of it, some very good performances, but absolutely no points to show. And now runs into Scott Taylor, who is really eyeing up that top spot for Group 8.
Yeah, he's just not had that killer instinct, has he, Hine? But he's going to be hoping that he can go one better than when he last played Taylor in 2010 at the World Championship and lost 4-0. Oh no, that's Phil Taylor, sorry. Phil Taylor.
22.
Yeah, just a few World Championships difference between the pairing.
100.
Yep, 16 World Championships between the pair.
It just sounds like a good stat, doesn't it? Because it's just an unbelievable amount of World Championships for
60.
one person to have won.
Will never happen again. So there's some people out there think Luke Littler might be someone who could challenge that Hall of World Championships.
But in fairness, depending on the darts, I've always said, has just got this longevity for players. You look at the players like Steve Beaton, still playing top level darts, and been playing 41. For the best part of 40 plus years. And Luke at 17, he'll only be 57 by the time in 40 plus years. That's quite a lot of opportunities if he can maintain 24. That level to actually have a go at that record. But still a massive feat to try and replicate.
Comes down to hunger as well, doesn't it? You think Steve Beaton, when he was winning, it wasn't like it is now, where you think Luke Littler's probably going to be a millionaire by the end of this year, if not too far away from it already.
57. Steve Lucar 115. 59. Scott Lucar 145. 45. Steve Lucar 56.
Well, to keep his good starts going here, Steve Hine tops his favourite double.
16.
Misses
Scott
it
Lucar
for a
100.
break opportunity there. Little flick of the head, the little wry smile there for Steve Hine. Maybe he's very aware of the story that we're sort of painting up here, because it is what's happening. He's missing opportunities.
60.
He's missing darts at
40.
doubles. He's not taking his chances.
Getting shot on the first leg. Steve Hine.
Does on this occasion, though, get the break against Scott Taylor.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. $59. 60.
Yeah, when you are missing, it just becomes that back thought in your head.
30.
As soon as something just doesn't quite go your way, you just think, it's not your day, your luck's not in.
60. 180.
For the 6th time so far this week, Paul Hinks gives us the 180 call at the end of a Steve Hine throw. Scott Taylor, 11 maximums so far in this campaign. Make that 7 for Steve Hine. He is hitting Scott Taylor hard, but this has been the pattern of Steve Hine's play. He hits hard early.
$50. Steve Lucar 52. Game shot on the second leg. Steve Hine.
But again, that impressive start continues for Steve Hine. Just needs to find a way to just keep
Third
it
leg Scott
going.
to throw first. Game on.
But also similarly, Scott Taylor's found himself behind on a couple of occasions. And he's one of those players
137.
that just finds that extra level, that extra intensity that has seen him fighting for a top spot in Group A. But this is great
123.
stuff from Steve Hine.
This is great. He's showing a little bit of stamina here as well, something that he sort of lacked in the
57.
first 3 fixtures. He's been in winning positions in all of them. He could have won all 3 matches so far today.
83.
Scott Taylor, you could see him just sort of walking back and peering over the shoulder of Steve Hine as if to say, is this going to stop at any point?
59. $60.
And when you do have a group where there is one player that perhaps, hasn't, well, with Steve Hine, for example, has only had the one win, as a player, especially when you're fighting for top spot, you really feel you have to take
134.
that win to keep yourself in contention.
You do when you look at the table, but when you look at the performance, it's not like Steve Hine's been there for the taking.
140.
Normally the player who's sat
Got
bottom
car
of the table on 2
114.
points is just not producing, and you think, I've got to beat them, but Steve Hine's still playing the same sort of standard as the rest of this
Game shot
group,
on the
and that
third
is a
leg, Scott
great
Taylor.
finish from Scott Taylor, opting to use the marker on the treble 20
Fourth
for
leg
the
Steve to throw first.
least
Game on.
thrown at double on the dartboard, the double 17. We have a tidy game of darts here.
Yeah, the lesser spotted
81.
double 17. It's kind of a brave move as well. It just shows the confidence that Scott Taylor has in his
96.
ability to kind of leave any double, hit any double, apart from, ironically, double 16, which is, quite a dart player favourite.
85. $180. $60.
This is where the mind of Steve Hine starts to wander and go, oh no, not again. It's happened to
137.
him 3 times so far today where he's gone into at least a 2-0 lead and seen it evaporate.
140. Scott Lucan 88. $63. Steve Lucan 135.
And Steve Hine, on the other hand, I don't think would have opted for the bullseye on the 88. And he won't be getting the dart at the bullseye at the 135, so Scott Taylor
46. Scott Lucan 25.
for a level game and to get his advantage of throw back.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Squeezes that one into the top corner, but it doesn't matter where it goes in the bed as long as it's in.
Fifth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is very much kind of how we potentially saw this playing out. Again, strong start from Hine, but Taylor just finds a way to rally. There
83.
you can see just that extra bit of force coming through on the throat.
You
140.
can see, as we mentioned yesterday, some of the darts of Steve Hine literally burying right up to the barrel.
45.
He does have a shortish point. He's got a slim flight on the back, which will just make the dart
85.
zip through the air a little bit quicker.
$100. $100.
Yeah, big last dart there from Steve Hine. Puts himself roughly 100 ahead of Scott Taylor.
58. $24.
And there you see that one missed time score, which we've seen on a few occasions. Will that affect the outcome of this leg and of this match?
57. Steve Ricard 152.
Beautiful. Inviting.
120.
Nearly brilliant
Scott
from
Ricard,
Steve Hine.
158.
A break opportunity. But it could be the only opportunity
139.
Two fine
Steve
efforts there at
32.
two massive finishes from the pair.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Steve
Steve
Hine.
Hine puts himself just a leg away from his first victory of the day.
Sixth leg Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is where you want the big start. These are your darts.
60.
Doesn't find a treble. Just very inviting here for Scott Taylor.
81.
Ted Everts will be hoping that his fellow
60.
county man of Warwickshire, Steve Hine, can get the job done here, because it'll actually help Ted Everts out. Certainly when you look at Ted Everts' next game when he's taking on Sebastian
134.
Bieletsky, that one is a toughie. Bieletsky, last couple of matches, 96 and
One out of
94.
them, 40.
So he could do with shaking off Scott Taylor a little bit.
96. $81.
Yeah, just a bit of a soft last start there, but does leave himself on a finish. And
60. Steve Ricard, 160.
yeah, frustration there for Taylor, wanting to leave something a bit more manageable.
60. Scott Ricard, 130.
Oh, double five.
125. Steve Ricard, 100.
That could prove very, very costly as Steve Hine leaves himself on tops.
Game shot on the mat.
There
Steve
you
Hine.
see it. Steve Hine does find the winning double. 4-2 win over Scott Taylor. Disappointment for Scott Taylor, who was chasing that top spot. Still not out of the race. Very much in it, but how much damage does that win by Steve Hine do to Taylor's campaign? Averages there, 87.28 for Steve Hine, 84.03 for Scott Taylor. Good checkouts, 114 from Taylor, 100 from Steve Hine. But coming up next, we've got table topper Ted Everts as he takes on Sebastian Bieletsky.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen an example of if at first you don't succeed, try again, because Steve Hine has eventually got over the line, beating Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. That defeat for Taylor has severely opened the door now for Ted Everts. Victory in this game against Sebastian Białecki, who's showing signs of improvement as the day goes along, would move him 4 points clear at the top of the table following the 9th round of matches. It's getting very intriguing, it has to be said, in this table. Let's head to comms. Matt and Laura.
Extremely intriguing clash here at lunchtime at the Super Series, so grab your tea, your cake and your butty.
140.
Lock yourself in for a crucial clash here. Białecki gets a victory. He'll move on to 12 points as well alongside Scott Taylor, and he'll be well and truly in the mix for winning this group. And he's been playing darts. That would suggest he could dish up the second defeat of the week on Ted Everts. But Ted Everts has just at the right times just found that little bit of X factor and just shown that tour card quality that he's had for the past sort of 10 years or so.
Yeah, I can't believe you mentioned tea and cake and sandwiches, knowing that we've just had a conversation that we weren't delivered any.
I'm just keeping it in people's minds, just in case.
But yeah, we quite often say it, but as the days go on, games, they do feel like they're loaded with a bit more importance, and this one does feel like it could really see the table take shape.
140.
I do believe Phil Bars is here tomorrow. You can always rely on him to bring a bag of Haribo into the comms box.
$140. Sebastian Ricard, 88.
Double 14 for a breaker throat.
74. Ted Ricard, 76.
Yeah, they were 2 well-thrown darts. But Ted Everts here. 16 for tops.
56. Sebastian Ricard, 14.
Sebastian Białecki never recorded a victory over Ted Everts.
Game
They
shot
played
the
each other
first leg.
twice out on the
Sebastian
various
Białecki.
tours. They played each other here yesterday. All of those go in the way of Ted. This would be a
Second leg,
great
Sebastian
time
to
for
throw first. Game
Sebastian
on.
to turn around those fortunes.
Interesting there, just the reaction from Ted, just trying to G himself up. Obviously, he would have seen Scott Taylor lose that game to Steve Hine the game before. Knows
100.
what a big chance it is to just put a bit of distance between the pair of them.
$140.
He's very inspired at the moment, Ted Everts, by those players he played youth darts with. It's a Dimitri Vandenberg, Luke Humphreys.
98.
Players he was very clear of in regards to the development tour days. When you look at the amount of titles that Ted Everts was picking up and picked up that Youth World Championship.
95.
Arguably, you could even look at someone like Dimitri Vandenberg. I think everyone expected him after, everything that he did in his kind of development tour days to really hit the Pro Tour running.
96.
And it did take him quite some time. And it really wasn't until that kind of lockdown period where he stepped up and took a major title that he didn't really then push on. And sometimes it just can take those few years. It's still a massive step up from the development tour
96.
into the Pro Tour. Very, very different.
Yeah, he never really enjoyed playing the Pro Tour. When you look at his results, he seems to be more someone who's at home on the stage, and you think there's a lot of people over the years who's been very similar to that. I mean,
140.
Kevin Painter,
Ted
someone
Ricard,
that always
170.
springs to mind as a player that sort of really struggled with the floor events, but really embraced the stage. We look at someone like Fallon Sherrick as well, who
98.
seems to bring out her
Sebastian
best when
Ricard,
she's
67.
playing under the lights.
Yeah, just taking a step there. Only just in the 18
35.
and doesn't find the
Ted McCall,
32.
72.
So again, chance here for Ted. Needs 72. It would be a break straight back. Double 12. And that's a double 3.
No score. Sebastian McCall, 32.
That is an encouraging miss for Sebastian Bielecki because he knows Ted now is a little bit further away.
Games
Just
on the second leg.
squeezes it
Sebastian
in with a
Bielacki.
last dart in hand, confirms that breaker throw, and he's halfway to his first ever victory here
Third leg,
against Ted
to throw
Everts.
first. Game on.
This Group A that at one point was looking like it was going to start shaping up in the direction of Ted Everts, Scott Taylor,
100.
maybe about to become a 3-horse charge now. Let's not forget the very last game of the day. Sebastian Bielecki, Scott Taylor. They're the players who are currently occupying positions 2 and 3. Ted Everts will be taking on Jimmy Van Schneet.
58.
Steve Hine will be up next, hoping to get back-to-back victories when he takes on Ollie Holtkamp.
Yeah, still very, very much all to play for.
140.
But this has been very good from Sebastian Bielecki. 104 average at the moment.
58.
And looking at a double breaker throw here now. Sebastian Bielecki, 6 darts clear of his opponent according to stats.
100.
And according to the scoreboard as well.
$95. Sebastian McCall, 81.
So 6 darts here for Bielecki. So he won't be forced to chase down the ball. Double 3. Just taking a look here at Ted Everts' score. He may opt to go for a big 2. No, straight for it.
75.
Yeah, well, time will tell if that was the right decision.
He may have been looking to see if there was a bust option there, but I think the bust going back to 81 was a risky play. So if he was a bit worried of the double 3, he could have looked at the big single
90.
2 there to leave the double 2.
Sebastian McCall, 6.
Slightly more favourable breakdown than on the double 3.
Being shot on the third leg.
Or
Sebastian
you can just
Bielacki.
hit it with 1 dart and have no problems whatsoever. He's 3-0 up and he's looking and cruising
Fourth leg, Sebastian to
to
throw
victory
first.
here
Game
against a frustrated Ted Everts.
Yep, Bielecki. He does what he wants.
on. 100.
Well, when he's playing like this, he can be more than happy doing it his own way.
But you'll notice when you've played against people and when you've watched people play, there are certain players that will
98.
always break down certain numbers. Scott Taylor's probably an example of somebody who would just never intentionally leave a certain double. Doesn't like to leave 32. So, and there are other players that just always go for the double.
180.
And there's no right answer. It's all subjective, really, isn't it? I mean, it's all based on the experiences that person's had.
Yeah, and I think if you're a player that's quite methodical as well, if you're going to stop and think on every occasion, oh, should I split? Should I do this? It can upset the flow. I think have in your mind what you're going to do. This is exceptional play once again from
123.
Bielecki.
This is his performance of the week so far, and you don't say that lightly when he won yesterday with 104.83.
I think you mentioned his top average was around the 105 mark. And that's where he's at the moment.
105.47 is his
Sebastian McCall,
all-time
98.
best, and he's just fractionally above that at the moment. Could have been on for a career high average there, I believe, if he'd taken it in 2.
57. $93. Sebastian Carr 41.
Oh, this for a 4-0 victory. Needs double 8.
Game.
Yeah,
shot
and
of the
there you
match,
have it.
Sebastian
Pins
Bialecki.
double 8, and that is a 4-0 win for Sebastian Białecki over the table topper Ted Everts. Absolutely outstanding performance there from Białecki. 100.20 average, 2 180s, and 90.74 there for Ted Everts. But didn't have many chances at that outer ring. Couldn't take the opportunity when he did. And it is Białecki that takes the win. But coming up next, we've got Steve Hine. He takes on Ole Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it took just 60 darts for Sebastian Białecki to get the better of Ted Everts by 4 legs to 0. A seismic result and a seismic round, because Scott Taylor also lost in that last lap of fixtures. 4-2 the defeat for him to Steve Hine, whilst Jimmy Van Schie got the better of Ollie Holtkamp in a last leg decide. So that's what we've seen so far today. Let's remind you of how the table then looks as a consequence of it, and it's beginning to bunch up at the top of the table. Ted Everts thought that he could stretch his way in front. Well, he's being pinned back in now. Just 2 points separate the top 3 as far as the table is concerned. Everts, Taylor, Białecki, all in that mix. And look at Everts' legs difference, just +4 now, as well as we go into the final lap of fixtures. It kicks off with Steve Hine up against Ollie Holtkamp. And of course, just a reminder, the players this week are playing for the final spot into next week's Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The action kicks off on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Do save that date for your die to see who our first big winner of 2024 is going to be here at the Super Series. But who's going to be the winner of this clash? Let's find out with Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Well, at one point it looked like it was just Ted Everts and Scott Taylor at the top of the table, but now it's all bunched up. It's getting very intriguing into who's going to be taking that first place in Saturday night's final. Steve Hine, he could have been in the mix, he could have been in the conversation. He's been starting games well, he's been racing into leads, taking at least a 2-0 lead in all of his fixtures so far today, but missed opportunities have been the problem for the Muffin Man. He didn't miss his chances in his last fixture, though, when he took a 4-2 victory over Scott Taylor and really opened this group up for Sebastian Bielecki to make a claim and put himself into contention for that
100
automatic qualification place. Steve Hine been a bit unfortunate, would you say, just to only have 2 wins on the table so far?
Yeah, absolutely. We were discussing it, weren't we, this morning and a bit yesterday, that the averages that he's posted and the way that he's played on other weeks, that could see you win in weeks, not necessarily just groups. So yeah, you would say has been very unlucky, but I just think that's a testament to just the way that everyone in this group has played, has performed, and
58.
Just felt that Steve it's timing as well. We've always said it in darts, it's all about timing, and he's just had those missed time visits, missed time misses, and everyone's been able to capitalise against him.
57.
He has always been a player who's been able to sort of rise to the occasion. I remember not many years ago he went to the Players' Championship finals
100.
in Minehead and picked up a victory against Peter Wright. Remember, he had these absolutely hideous, atrocious trousers. He tried to copy Peter Wright with the gimmicky trousers, but in true Steve Hine fashion, it had to be done on a very strict budget, and it looked like it had been done like only using a couple of pounds and a sewing kit.
53.
Yeah, the only one I've seen even kind of coming close to the kind of eccentricity was that Stowe Bunce.
Game shot on the first leg.
There
Steve
you
Hine.
go. First leg goes the way again of Steve Hine, making that strong start that we've seen so often throughout today.
Second leg already through first. Game on.
Yeah, Stowe Bunce this year at the Grand Slam of Darts. Big admirer of Peter Wright, decided to kind of emulate the clothing and did it in some style.
$62.
He's had a couple of walk-ons as well, Steve Hine, that have
125.
get clipped up every year when the PDC pick their 5 favourite walk-ons, and Steve Hine walking out to bonkers with his tray of muffins, giving them a kiss before handing them over to members of the audience.
94. $96.
What if he's still got those trousers? We'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Maybe he's saving them for Saturday night.
I was just thinking the same thing, because if he's not and he has still got them, I reckon if he makes finals night, we need to see them.
81.
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just biodegraded or just... Wait till you see them.
140. Although the car 143.
The most Steve Hine trousers you'll ever see in your life. But he's got an opportunity here to keep that trend and that pattern going of winning the opening couple of legs.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve Hine.
Yeah, and take the opening 2 legs once again. He does. Yeah, nice breaker throw there. 15 darts thrown. $140. We mentioned Steve has been averaging around the 85 mark, but these last couple of matches really has upped it. Sat just over 100 at the moment. And I think that's kind of
45.
what he's had to have done, because, as we say, the way that the opposition is playing.
$99. 100.
2017, that Players' Championship final victory for Steve against Peter Wright. Sort of the last time we saw him on a
58.
PDC stage. He has since played at the WDF World Championship at Lakeside.
140.
Well, Steve
140. Steve Carr,
Down to
76.
a 2-dart finish. May need the 3.
Game shot on the third
That
leg. Steve Hine.
It's back-to-back 15-dart legs. And that's a 3-0 lead for Steve Hine.
Fourth leg already through first. Game on.
Well, I'll be glad that he's playing like this because we know Irene will be hiding his chocolate if he came back
59.
winless.
$100.
Oh, I've just remembered another
96.
wonderful Steve Hine story, but I might save this one for tomorrow. I might put this one on a cliffhanger. Because I don't think this game's got too much long left in it.
I was going to agree. I was going to say the same thing.
$84. $43.
Yeah, this has been a really authoritative performance from Steve Hine. Holtkamp, just the one chance at a double. Just the high scoring power of Steve Hine, denying him any other opportunity.
92. $58. Ollie Car 170.
Yeah, not happy. I think that was a bit of a sarcastic, was that in kind of response.
Yeah, I got that vibe you weren't
40.
happy there as
Steve Car
well.
120.
Didn't seem to enjoy that dart. Steve Hine enjoying his game here, and he could be enjoying another victory. A 120
shot
finish
on
for
the
the
match,
match. Steve Hine, it's not been the best day in terms of the results, but he's ended it well with back-to-back victories, and he actually leaves here with some positivity and some results that actually warrant the performances and the increased performance of which he has put in. He stood at the back of the stage waiting for his average to come up. He knows that was good. Steve, it was very good. A 98.56 and a 4-0 victory. He's going to be a danger and a threat tomorrow. He could be a big spoiler to the party. But Ted Everts will be hoping to be hosting that party from the top of the table. He's coming up next against Jimmy Vanchney.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Steve Hine round off his day with a 4-0 victory against Ollie Holtkamp. It's kind of been a bit of an up and down week as far as Holtkamp is concerned. Next up for us, Jimmy Van Schie in action against Ted Everts, who's in desperate search of a victory to end his day. Last time out, as far as Ted was concerned, was a 4-0 defeat a couple of games ago against Sebastian Białecki. Does not want to open up the door for them two, who play in the last game of the day. Let's watch this one with Laura and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yep, for me, this is how Ted just bounces back.
First
Back
leg,
well.
Jimmy,
He
the
did
third
suffer
first.
a 4-0 defeat yesterday at the
Game
hands
on.
of Ollie Holtkamp. Did come back to win his next match 4-1 with a 94 average. Needs to find some of that once again, but it seems to me that the only way you're going to beat Ted Everts at the moment is 4-0, which just seems bizarre for our
That's it.
table topper.
Bit all or nothing, Super Ted. Got a couple of points advantage, but that is only over one of the
1 out of
players because
40.
Białecki and Taylor in position 2 and 3 have to play each other next. And they do both have a better leg difference than Ted. So if he is not to win this game, he will not be topping the table
57.
overnight.
Yeah, and I think out of all of them, the person that would find themselves most disappointed not to be top in the table would be Ted, because it's been in his hands, it's been in his control after that very first win over Taylor.
45.
And that's the thing as a dart player, sometimes you can't help what happens around you, but you are in control of yourself. And when that doesn't go well, when it's kind of your fault that it hasn't really happened, that one hurts just that little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. You don't mind losing to the better player, but if you feel like you're giving it away, you don't feel like you've lost.
$140.
I'm sure he'd love to have a couple of days off to go see what it's like down here in Portsmouth. He could
92.
have the evenings. I believe Bradley Brooks is already down here to be here with Ted. And he'll be taking part in Group C. That is in the afternoon session. So they'd get the evenings together, go out and sample
100.
the local cuisine. A couple of lovely all-you-can-eats here in Portsmouth.
180. Ted Newcastle 76.
Well, this for an early break. Single 16 leaves him tops.
56. Jimmy O'Carr 54.
And he's been pretty deadly on that tops up to the last couple of games.
Well, that's not where he wanted that. He wanted a bit more separation between the dart and the double.
Game
But
shot on the
what
first
a
leg,
dart
Jimmy
that
Van
was
Schie.
there from Jimmy Van Schie. He gets the holder throw in the end against Ted Everts, and Ted Everts has
Second
got
leg,
stuff
Ted
to
throw
ponder
first.
here.
Game on.
He could go from being in a very, very strong position to be going into day 3 top of the group to actually being in a spot of bother.
$140.
Yeah, and a very strong reply once again from Van Schie.
Reminder, it is only your group winner that books their place directly through to Saturday night. The rest of the
97.
5 places will come from your Group B and C campaigns that will be playing on Thursday and Friday afternoon and evening. Double sessions of darts here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
180.
Well, we saw Van Schie in his previous match set himself up for a 10-dot finish on a
85.
couple of occasions. Possibly looking to do something similar here.
I wonder if he would go for the 17. So he's coming away earlier. Just if
105.
he got the single 20, I wonder if he'd have been tempted by the 10-dart possibility. But this is what we were talking about yesterday, the dart player thinking well before now the final stage.
91. Jimmy O'Carr 76. $40. Ted O'Carr 170.
Big ask. The biggest finish of them all. We've seen it already this week. Bieletsky winning the match on the 170 yesterday.
56. Jimmy O'Carr 36.
Yeah, not too much pressure on this 36.
$18. Ted O'Carr 114.
Needs a treble. Opted to stay, but yeah, you can just see, just
44.
it's almost like he's
Jimmy
thinking
O'Carr,
about it.
18.
He's thinking about the table. He's thinking about the overall positioning and the opportunity in front of him, and needs to focus on this game as
Game shot
Jimmy
of the
Van
second leg.
Schie
Jimmy Van Schie.
goes into a 2-0 lead and really does take advantage.
Third leg Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's now 6 legs in a row that Ted Everts has lost. He lost his last game 4-0 to Sebastian Bieletsky. And
100.
that was a look of concern across the face of Ted Everts.
Yeah, I agree, because where the table is getting very tight towards the top,
84.
leg difference is quite possibly going to come into play as to who actually takes that first spot in finals night. And these 4-0 victories, they do a lot of 4-0 defeats, sorry,
57.
do a lot of damage to that overall kind of for and against that leg difference.
$57. $40.
You could hear the force. He was trying to push it between the two and just clattered in.
Sometimes it's those little small moments that just make you think, my luck's in here.
55.
The dart players come out with some crazy reasons as to why they think they're going to play well on the day.
Yeah, I used to have a lucky pair of socks. Still have a lucky pair of socks.
44.
You heard any other interesting ones? I mean, I've once heard someone say that they're going to play well because when they were driving to the venue, the traffic lights turned green.
I like it. Well, it's funny you should say something like that because, you know, I kind of thought driving here this morning, I thought, oh, traffic.
120.
Sometimes very busy around Portsmouth. All the lights turned green in front of me. I thought, no, it's going to be fine. I mean, it makes no sense. There's no rhyme or
So
reason
you are
to it.
superstitious then, yeah.
I am a bit.
Hope there's no cats outside when we
80.
leave the venue. Maybe Jimmy's been, well, I'd say walking under some ladders, but I don't know if there's going to be a ladder big enough for him to walk under the arch of. 2 bounce outs here for Jimmy. Just kind of loses that advantage
93.
of throw when you have 2 on the floor.
He's been unlucky as well because he's been in that position before where it's had the bounce out, but it's left him on the 180. Just that single 20 would have left him at least on a finish.
140. Teduka 84.
Beautiful darts though there from Jimmy to leave himself tops. But now he's got to stand and watch Super Ted try and hit a super finish. Big adjustment needed. Not found.
72. Jimmy O'Carr 40.
To inflict the 7th leg in a row against Ted Everts.
$20. Ted O'Carr 12.
Yeah, real let off. Can Ted convert? 6. Great marker. But now that feels awkward. Now
Game
that's
shown the third leg.
fantastically
Ted
thrown
Evans.
up.
Puff of the
Fourth leg,
cheeks
Ted to
there
throw
as well
first.
from Ted
Game
Evans.
on.
Almost relief. But that is a breaker throw, and all of a sudden Ted's back in this game now. How it can all turn on the throw of a single dart. But he's starting to look a bit flustered
43.
and frustrated here, Ted Evans. Looking a bit animated, which is quite unusual for Ted, who's known for being very robotic and almost expressionless at times.
97.
Yeah, sometimes when Ted plays, I think you can actually see a kind of almost physical reaction as well in terms of, you know, a flushness in the face that just kind of indicates to me that, you know, he's just feeling up against it. Just that bit of panic setting in.
140.
Absolutely. Very well put there.
Sometimes it's harder coming in, you know,
81.
you're coming in as a favourite. He's coming in as one of the favourites to take the week, not just, you know, progressing through Group A. And when you're playing someone like Jimmy, who's just wants to play Dutch, you can see how much he's enjoying himself. He's settled in so well, but he's the underdog still. He's really got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
180.
I think playing with freedom sometimes is the wrong way of saying it, but I do feel
59.
sometimes the
Pedro
underdog does have that
138.
additional luxury. Doesn't have the pressure of the expectation of winning.
This gives you a comfort blanket, doesn't it? It's something to hide behind. Oh, well, weren't expected to win this game. So.
86.
And you even get that at the very top. I remember Ryan Searle saying in interviews all the time how he wanted to be the underdog. It's like, you can't be the underdog. You've just got to a major final.
Yeah,
97.
you get that
Pedro
position where you try and
52.
trick yourself into thinking, nope, I'm still the underdog. Ignore what they say. But then you get some players that don't like being overlooked.
13.
Again, it goes down
Jimmy
to that.
O'Connell,
There's no
167.
right or wrong. All subjective. There is a right way to do this, though. It will include a treble 19 for a dart at the ball.
139.
But Ted, that loose
Pedro
dart with the last
39.
one going in the one means he's going to have to burn a dart here to give himself 2 darts at the double 16. Big dart in the context of this match.
7.
Potentially in the
Jimmy
context of the
28.
group. Because Jimmy now, double 14. To once again break the throw of Ted Everts and give himself 3 opportunities at picking up the points.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jimmy Banshee.
Yeah, and it is 3-1 to Jimmy Van Sheet. Just see Ted shaking his
Looks
head
like Jimmy to
in the
throw
background.
first. Game on.
Ted Everts is a leg away now from ensuring he will not be opening
58.
tomorrow as the man top of the table, which after the first 3 laps of fixtures looked inevitable. This goes to show how things can change so
46.
quickly here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and as the match is progressing, he seems to be winding himself up more and more. As you say, when a player generally plays with
100.
that nice kind of calm demeanour, that quiet temperament, when you get yourself all embroiled like this, makes it all the more difficult. Just need to find a way to kind of relax, calm back down. It's very easy for me to sit here and say that because when you're in the match, it's very hard to change.
140.
That's it. It's hard to change that pattern and that behaviour. I was just watching Ted at the back of the stage, pulling on his shirt, very fidgety, very
99.
agitated. Even when he won his leg in this one, it felt more like relief than genuine happiness.
96.
Yeah, we've all had those games, haven't we? You get to a point where you're just kind of just trying
One
to
out of
hold it
them,
all together.
40.
Just do enough. Just get through this game.
They
134.
might not have a choice to
Jimmy
get through
Carr,
this game because this is a
104.
match opportunity here for Jimmy. Still available, 92. That would have left him on the double 16, but Ted,
48.
maybe his
Cedric Carr,
last
85.
opportunity here to save this fixture and to save his hopes of topping the group going into tomorrow's play. And he's one dart at the ball.
60. Jimmy Carr, 56.
Yeah, more disappointment there for Super Ted. Banshee looking at 56.
Game shot on the match. Jimmy
56
Banshee.
it is, and that's a 4-1 victory over Ted Evans for Jimmy Banshee. More disappointment for Ted, who has confirmed he will not be topping the table after such an epic start to the afternoon session. Has lost his last two. Averages there 84.72 for Jimmy and 81.31 for Ted. But tail of the tape there is that 1 from 11 from Ted Evans. Just struggled on the outer ring, but to join us for the final match of the session where Sebastian Białecki takes on Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Ted Evans lost out to Jimmy Banshee by 4 legs to 1. And that means the winner of this last game of the day between Sebastian Białecki and Scott Taylor will top the group going into Wednesday's proceedings. Taylor topped the table overnight. That lead was relinquished when Ted Evans beat him in the second game of the day. As for Białecki, he got off to a slow start, losing his first game. But since then, he has been pretty much perfect. If he wins this one, he would have gone from third to top. Let's find out who wins this with Matt and Laura.
Game on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emery. And yeah, all to play for in this match. And got Gotta say, kudos to Sebastian Belowiecki. Get my words out. It's the last game. Yeah, but you have to say he's done amazingly well to play himself into
100.
a position where he can actually finish top of the table after coming into today in third position.
And coming in today poorly as well, it's got to be said, that
43.
opening game from Bielecki lost 4-2 to Ollie Holtkamp and was a long way off his best. He averaged just 78 in that opening fixture. He only hit one treble in his first 24
140.
darts of the day. So to turn it around the way he has, with averages of 96, 94 and 100,
180.
playing himself into a position where he could be top of the table, which I don't think anybody would have predicted after fixture number 1, is very commendable there for Sebastian Bielecki, but he's going to be up against it here. Scott Taylor,
94.
big opportunity to put himself top of the table on legs difference.
Yeah, and in fairness,
100.
possibly one that Taylor
Sebastian
didn't think
Yukawa,
that would present
167.
himself after he lost that match 4-3 to Steve Hine. Ted Everts with 2 games in hand. Perhaps would have thought that it was kind of sewn up that Ted would have got at least one of
131.
those victories.
Well, I think we've learnt one thing going into tomorrow's fixtures, and that is nothing
30.
is to be
Sebastian
taken
Yukawa,
for
36.
granted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Bielecki.
Yeah, very solid start there. 14 dart leg.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, nothing more case in point than Steve Hine, who was bottom of the table, winning just 1
100.
game out of 8 before back-to-back victories for him over Ollie Holtkamp and against Scott Taylor. That was sort of one of the victories that really sort of blown this
140.
group wide open once again. I mean, Jimmy Van Schnee's also played himself into a
100.
good position to contend a Group B place as well. So it's getting very exciting here, this Group A, not just for the standard of darts that we're seeing, but also the stories now that are developing.
180.
Yeah, you feel Bielecki. He's just played himself.
60.
He's just got better and better. A bit like he did yesterday, just getting better and better as the day progresses. Got a feeling he wants that top spot. And Taylor, again, finds himself in a position
96.
not quite playing at the standard that he did yesterday, and that's led to some levels of frustration throughout today.
77. Sebastian Yukawa, 85. Game shot on the second leg. Sebastian Bielecki.
This is a beautiful performance here from Bolt.
Third leg, Sebastian to
Data
throw
there
first.
from
Game on.
Bielecki. I know it's only 2 legs in, but an average of 120. That's not far off a record darts here at the Super Series, currently held by
85.
Daryl Pilgrim, who broke the record of Daryl Pilgrim.
Well, we've actually mentioned a couple of times just his own
96.
personal record of 105 and a half, and he's been threatening that today and threatening it here once again.
$58.
The first time that Pilgrim broke that record was actually against Scott Taylor. It's great how it all intertwines, isn't it? All these stories coming together here this week at the
78.
Super Series. Scott Taylor actually beat Daryl Pilgrim despite the fact that he put in that record average. Do feel we're going to see Bielecki's record average beaten here this week.
93.
105.47 is the best we've seen from Bielecki in a recorded event.
$83.
Oh yeah, and he finished with a bang yesterday. Took out the big fish, the 170, to get that win over Holtkamp.
95.
Well, talking of big fish, maybe not to win the match, but sure he would like to see it again.
Oh, you want to see it at any point of any
60.
day.
Sebastian
Could
Ricard,
be leg one or
170.
the final leg of the day. But he's in a position he wouldn't have had to have gone for the 170. And with the board
46.
management we see from Bielecki, I would have been surprised to have seen him have a pop at the ball.
One Adam, 40. Sebastian Ricard,
Yeah, but Scott Taylor just
124.
tapping him on the shoulder.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah,
Sebastian
sublime.
Bielacki.
1-2-4 there to go 3-0 up for Sebastian Bielacki.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first.
Just continues
on.
to hit the punishing shots throughout this campaign, throughout this day. Averaging
One
around
Adam,
that
40.
career best mark for himself here against Scott Taylor. He was the bookie's favourite before a dart was thrown here this week.
55.
Did find himself slip out to third favourite for the group at
97.
the start of play today. I don't think many people had the foresight to expect Scott Taylor and Ted Everts to make the slips they did, and at the time of which they did as well. It all came thick and fast, and the door opened very quickly.
One Adam,
And
40.
Sebastian Bielacki was stood on the other side of the door saying, hello,
One Adam, 40.
is it me you're looking for?
$93.
We've
Scott
just
Ricard,
seen the
124.
1-2-4 from Sebastian Bielacki.
96.
Nearly seen it again there from Scott Taylor, who's got his own ways of going. Always goes the way to avoid the double 16 at all possible costs.
137. Scott Ricard, 28. Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Keeps himself in this game where the winner will go top of the table. Will be
Fifth
on
leg,
legs
Sebastian to
difference
throw first. Game on.
due to those heavy defeats that Ted Everts has faced. The 4-0 to Sebastian Bielacki, the 4-1 to Jimmy Van Schie.
100.
Eradicating that positive legs difference to just +1
100.
for Ted Everts. You do feel this is a group that may even come down to legs difference.
134.
It's a group where everyone's beating everybody. We've got two players at the bottom of the table on 6 points.
100.
Leg difference is your second deciding factor, followed by legs 1. Should it need column 3?
131.
Inviting. We have to switch down now
99. Scott Ricard,
to
170.
lead the 1-2-4. A finish he's already took out once in this game on the ball. He's going to get a go. It's an opportunity to win the match.
134.
He's
Sebastian
going to be
Ricard,
under pressure. A
124.
fantastic 1-3-4 from Scott Taylor. Leave himself a double after just 12. Bielacki won't get a poke.
56. Scott Ricard, 36. Game shot on the fifth
And we
leg.
go
Scott
on.
Taylor.
It's going back to the theme we had at the start of the day.
Six leg Scott to throw
First
first.
sort of 4 or 5
Game on.
matches, one player racing away with it, going 3-0 up before being pegged back. This is that fighting quality we said we wanted to see in regards to
44.
Scott Taylor. We've seen him play well and continue to play well. We just wanted to see him face that bit of adversity. When it's not going his way, can he turn it around?
60.
He's showing that fighting spirit and that fighting quality here. Showing that quality of a player that has reached a PDC Pro Tour final. Pushed Michael van Gerwen quite hard in that fixture, booking himself a place in the Players' Championship finals.
180.
Stage where Sebastian Bielecki had some success, albeit a different event. The
140.
UK Open, reaching the quarterfinals, and that's the quality of the players. The reason they're battling out here for a position at the top of Group A.
125. 119. Sebastian Carr, 136. $58. Scott Carr, 117.
Just the one treble needed for Scott Taylor. He finds tops.
97. Sebastian Carr, 78.
So this for the match. It's going to be one dart.
58. Scott Carr, 20.
Just pulls it low. And we
Game
go
show, the
all
sixth
the
leg,
way
Scott Taylor.
in the final game of the day. A quality affair between the two, with a lot riding on
final leg,
this
Sebastian to throw
going
first.
into
Game on.
tomorrow's action. So Taylor throws his arms to the side, just wants that little bit more. If you can find just a little bit more in this leg, he'll be coming
48.
off with the points. He's been invited in with those first three darts of Bielecki. And the worst time ever to want to have a cough. It's like when you're driving on the motorway and all of a sudden you want to sneeze.
$134.
Beautiful darts once again here from Scott Taylor, who's asking the questions of Bielecki.
140. $96.
Been very good at the switching throughout the day. Scott Taylor down to the 19s, finding a lot of success. But if Scott Taylor's asking the questions, Bielecki is giving the answers.
171.
Back-to-back
Sebastian Carr,
maximum
133.
visits from both. What a way to win it this would be. 66 required. Sets it up beautifully. What a
170.
bullseye that is.
Scott
And
Carr,
he
100.
asked the question of Scott Taylor. Can he win it on 100? He went for the tops.
60.
But
Sebastian Carr,
Bielecki
16.
just a dart away. It's going to be on double 8.
Game
Sebastian
from the match,
Bielecki
Sebastian
gets
Bielecki.
over the line. What a quality game there between two quality players, battling it out for a position at the top of the table overnight. Sebastian Bielecki, just like yesterday, ends with a huge performance and average. He went 3-0 up in that one, looked to be cruising to victory, but Scott Taylor showing some true fighting qualities to bring it back to 3 apiece. 102.34 there, the average for Sebastian Bielecki, who wraps it up with a 13 darter and will now end the day going top of the table, and he'll be opening up qualifying day tomorrow on Wednesday in pole position.
Indeed, he is. Sebastian Bielecki again ending the day strongly. He gets off to slow starts, but he recovers them very well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. It's almost like he needs that initial win just to kind of just to gear him up, because after he's got that both days, he's been exceptional.
Well, let's show you what has happened then so far today. These are the 15 results of the 15 games that we have watched. And goodness me, did we get our money's worth on day 2 as well at the Super Series? Have a look at that smattering of 4 threes in the middle of the section. But this was kind of what we expected from the onset yesterday from this group, wasn't it? That you thought some of the names in there, some of the qualities that we've seen from the other players as well. This was going to be a really tight group, and it's shown it in the results.
Yeah, it really has. And yeah, like you say, we've definitely had a good value from all the players today. But I've been impressed. I think some of the, someone like Scott Taylor perhaps just dropped off how he was from yesterday. But some of the other players, Holtkamp, Van Schie, they've upped their game. And that's why we've got these really competitive results. And yeah, it's been a fun day.
Yeah, let's sum up the story of the day then. We'll begin with Sebastian Białecki now. We were talking on stage at the beginning of the day with Matthew Edgar about the potential of him being the player that could make the big move on moving day. The performances at the end of yesterday were certainly yielding that. And look, towards the end of the session after that, a little bit of a ropey opener. He showed that for sure.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, like I say, he's got that potential. He came in as favourite, and that's now showing why, because he has got that game in there. Just needs to, I mean, if he can actually come in tomorrow and play very well on that very first game, yeah, then he's going to be running away with it. But, you've also got to say a bit of disappointment there for Ted. He kind of looked like a shoo-in for a little while to actually top the table. But again, very competitive group.
Well, let's have a chat about Scott Taylor then, because he began the day at the top of the group. Would he feel like, especially considering the way that Ted Everett struggled towards the finishing line, that maybe he missed an opening and a chance here today?
Yeah, it was almost like an extra life, because he lost that match 4-3 to Steve Hind and probably expected to have taken that victory. But, Steve Hind has been playing well, just not getting the results, but got the result there. And Ted, with 2 games still left to play, you just thought, okay, yeah, he's gonna win one of these. He's gonna see into today at the top of the table. When he didn't, there was that opportunity for Taylor, and it was Białecki that took it, unfortunately, for Scott Taylor.
And as far as Ted Everett is concerned, we kind of thought at the midway point in the day that he'd maybe go on and dominate the group and really run away with it. But those last 2 results, that's blown it wide open, and possibly the 2 results that could cost him come tomorrow.
It could, because they were big losses, weren't they? He lost 4-0 yesterday, lost 4-0 again today, and then followed up with a 4-1 loss. So even if it comes to it, when it comes to leg difference now, that's a massive blow to Ted Everett's campaign in Group A. But still all to play for, I feel, tomorrow. I still think there's a lot of twists and turns, and we need fingers, toes and everything to see who goes through as a champion of Group A.
Do you think Ted as well is the type of player that can just dust that off and go again as a clean slate tomorrow?
I hope so. I think so. He looked like he was getting slightly flustered towards the tail end. I think he sensed that opportunity, especially after Scott lost. Real open door moment for him, and he just wants to make an impression here. It's his debut here, wants to show what he can do, and he has done that. But just when the pressure started getting on, just felt like it was just, just mounted up slightly, and he was possibly thinking more about topping the table as opposed to just getting on a throw in the darts like he did at the beginning of the session.
As far as Steve Hind is concerned, we've been talking all week about how he's played really well in his matches but hasn't quite yielded the results, particularly at the beginning of today. But towards the end of the session, got those results that ultimately he's deserved.
Yeah, he's another one. He seems like needs a little bit of time to actually get into it. But you've got to say today, even more than yesterday, very unlucky. Few 4-3 results, just missed out on those last leg deciders, but very, very strong towards the end. And I'm pleased with Steve, because he's just shown the performances. If he keeps going, he has got, he's got the ability, he's got the darts there, but it's great to actually get the results off the back of it as well.
And it's led to a very interestingly looking league table going into tomorrow's final day. Sebastian Białecki and Ted Everett tied on 14 points at the top of the table. And those 2 defeats at the end for Ted Everett costing him in terms of the legs difference. Białecki +8, Everett +1. Scott Taylor, very much an interested party on 12 points, +9 in terms of the legs difference. You get the sense that the 3 players at the bottom of the table could well be consigned to Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon respectively. But what you do have is Steve Hind we've spoken about, but even with Jimmy and Ollie, that there's been performances there that could mean that they could be real spoilers for those at the top go tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to say Ollie. I don't know what Ted Everett brings out in him, but his best 2 performances of the week have both come against Ted Everett. He's got that 4-0 win yesterday and pushed him all the way today. So, yeah, I've been impressed with, like, that. Obviously impressive by the whole field, but yeah, I think, like you say, a couple of spoilers in there that could still shape that table. It's all to play for that top spot.
Well, Laura, it's been great having your company for the last few days. We'll see you again soon here at the Super Series. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. on the dot, where we'll see who the first player through to the Super Series finals on Saturday night will be. Where it is Sebastian Białecki, who's in pole position. Can he bolt towards the line?